not sleeping tonight. So, yeah, there's a part 2 to what we just downloaded on. Apparently, this, return it. They're very livid. I feel like there's something going on right now. It's gotta be. Even on the 3D. Like, something, return it. It's getting unearthed. Some of your cousins are involved in this. I don't know what that's about, but... Returns on the back, yeah. Something about a property. There's like a river by this property. It's very controversial. Yeah. This is, it's going down. I was hearing that they're livid that you made it. Okay, so some of you survived a very, very, very perilous ass journey that they were trying to get you, confused on, like, trying to throw wrenches in for Dorothy, you know, on the Yellow Brick Road kind of vibe. So, it's all very, very serious right now for these trolls on the 3D. They're livid. They're livid. I see them upset. There's anger in these trolls. So yeah, guys, many of them, they're out money. Some of these people were betting on your downfall, I hear that, and they're literally broke now. Just return it. They maxed their credit cards out, I hear that. Wow, they really fucked up on you. Return it. Okay, and now they realize shit's not going too well. And on top of everything, now they want to throw shade at you, I hear like that. This is ridiculous. It's like, you are to be held accountable. Now, this is huge. Some of you are holding your assets back from these wannabe warlocks. You're in fake managers. Fake managers. Yeah, you're no longer giving in to something, you know? Yeah, and it's felt like... Spirit wants you to know, like, it's really fucking felt. These people are hungry. Personally, like, for myself, one way that this is apparent for myself is in the way that I spend. You know? There are so many vulturous companies out here who, you know, they need you. They really, like, they are dying. They're about to, and it's makes me think of this company, Foxtrot, that just went totally bankrupt. I mean, and now they're literally under fire because they, no pun intended, just literally went out and fired. More or less, they fired everyone at the company. I mean, just, it's so disturbing because it's been going on. But under such a facade, and this is when the illusions now, okay, are cleared. You know, these companies, guys, like, I mean, we would have never thought. You know how many people were in shock that this company filed for bankruptcy? 33 stores closed within hours. Y'all, like, a day before. I mean, there was no one had this idea that this was coming. So there's so much that's happening right now, like underneath, okay, the bed sheets. And, you know, you're not in the wrong. You're not in the wrong. Return to sender. I'm not talking to everyone watching this channel in this video right now. Watching tarot and channel messages doesn't do your karma for you. I'm very honest about that. So I'm not going to be that reader who's like, you know, just appealing to everybody. I'm talking to my tribe here. Those who I resonate with, who are in the light. And there is a distinction, believe it or not, between that and the dark. Yeah. And not everybody watching tarot has the right intention. Not everybody return it. Yeah, not everybody on this planet has ascended to the point where they have been able to make that distinction. I'm talking to the true alchemists out there, okay? Starseeds and lightworkers, oracles. You guys, Okay? Light workers, you're not in the wrong. You did not do anything here. I mean, you just sitting back, kicking back. There's, return it. No one has anything to say to you. So let them throw projected energy wherever the fuck and watch them. See how futile it is. They don't know. They don't know how to get themselves out of this ditch this time. So this is something that, you know, it's kind of like it's like the toddler has realized that the parent is serious now. It's money involved, guys, here. I see it like that, you know. These people are many of these people used to be very wealthy, or these, you know, and for myself, I've lost I gotta zoom it, return it. I lost so much respect for so many companies, you know, selling trash products for so expensive. So let's get this really exposed here. You know, many of these companies out here, first of all, there's this whole premise of marketing, like, oh, you need this to keep up with the Joneses. So then that's like setting a premise for value. It doesn't really mean anything though, right? That's marketing. They're toying with your psychology, number one. And then number two is the financial side of it. They hike the price up way fucking high. What they're doing, guys, when it comes to the finances, they're hiking the price up way too fucking high. That product is not worth that much, number one. And why? Because, first of all, they have a share of people here who they know are stupid enough to pay that amount for that product. Or just so-called, I mean, we'll say stupid enough. Even if there is, oh no, but they're rich enough to be able to afford, but you're stupid. Like, why are you giving money to a company who's doing this very marketing principle, who is trying to swindle people? Let me explain this a little further, and then we'll come back to that point. Return it to sender. So this stupidity, right? Share. They're banking on people just kind of buying it at whatever fucking price. Because there are those people, right, who are just like, buy whatever the hell. Because they want it. I mean, the compulsive shoppers or whatever. That's a fragment of people. A share of people. Return it to sender. And this is all karmic, by the way. Marketing is karmic. Nothing exempts you from karma. So if you're working for a company and you got this master plan of how you're going to make a lot of money, you're going down. You're going to hell. And why? Because that's ancient slave ownership right there. Why are you stealing? Why are you stealing from people? Spirit is watching you. What are you actually doing? Why are you changing lives? Are you? Or what is what happens with with what you've created? Does this send people into a downward spiral of debt? You're being watched, and it's all very karmic. And that's why these companies who've been doing this shit, you're on your way out. Now let me go back to it. Return it to sender. Yeah, like I could have done marketing years ago. I was contemplating, you know, what's my major? What am I interested in? I was like, I don't want to market for some rando company. Could I do it? Yeah, it's like that. It's kind of like black magic. Unless I was thinking, well, I will market, but to what I really believe in, my company, whatever I'm selling that I really believe in. Why should I? Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really kind of a fine line, yeah, with the morals. So then part two. Now look at all these websites, paying installments of $149, and you know, paying this whatever interest, whatever. Guys, not only that, they're banking basically, and yeah, you're taking credit card loans out to afford this bullshit that doesn't mean anything. They are basically, they're making money off of you from all these different angles. Like, basically what they're doing is they're getting you to shell out and put yourself on the line, literally your credit card line, whatever, to be able to afford a product that should not cost that much in the first place. So it's like you have to see what's really going on here, and it's honestly despicable. And I've just really lost so much. I don't care how cute the product is anymore. I don't give a damn how badly I wanted it when I first saw it. If that's the kind of company you are, and that's what you care about, okay, most, which is obviously profit, and perceived power in an industry or in your mind, whatever the fuck, these business owners who just want to be like business owners. I mean, you don't have my vote. And I pull my money back from you guys. And you know who you are. Yeah. This has been going on. This has been part of my major grid work is in the finances, okay? Yeah. I've pulled it's funny because honestly, I don't know, like I actually used to go to Foxtrot all the time. And then, stuff started happening with their business, and just it was so many times where they were just taking advantage of the consumer. Anyways, it's a long story, but basically I got into a whole tiff with the customer service, to the point where I said, yeah, I mean, look at your business practice, okay? Like this is, you're in, and I told them in the fucking customer service chat, I said, you're about to get sued. Anyways, I stopped like investing in that company because they were being so fucking rude. Like these are to people who are their highest paying the best clients ever. They're just being so trashy, and so there was no sense behind the way that they operated. Like, it just does not add up in any kind of way. Anyways, so I basically was kind of like giving them. This was like a month ago when I completely stopped going there, more or less. Yeah, and then yeah, it's funny. It's like, it's not the first time I've seen that happen. That's not the first time I've seen that happen. Yeah, you better believe that your currency as a light worker, your presence, is everything to this planet. And these people who believe that all they need is to just have their marketing and to swindle people into buying shit, wrong. When you don't have the vote of the light workers, you're done. I've seen it happen all the time. Like when I start to frequent a place, it starts getting really, really popular. And when I stop going there, somehow the place, it happens at this restaurant I used to go to every day. After they started to try and hex on me and do this weird, their vibe was weird as hell. Okay. The owners are pointing and laughing and like smirking and talking under their breath in a language that I understand. I know what you're saying, okay? You crooks. The whole place busts into flames. It's a restaurant right around here. It busts up into flames. The doors have closed. They're not, yeah, haha, so funny now, huh? So fucking funny, huh? Yeah. Sexist mongrels, okay? That's that place. So this is not the first time. And, sometimes we just got to check in and then we got to check out. And it's happened many a times. So personally, yeah, for myself, it's extending into online shopping. Like I completely boycotting so many of these big box like retailers who it's just despicable what they're doing, putting people into debt, it's horrible. It's really horrible. And it does not worth it at all. Many of these products do not deserve that price tag, and these people should be embarrassed that they've tried to swindle people like that. I'm saying this as someone who has Jupiter ruling my moon. Okay, so this is a very, very big step for myself. Things that look nice and whatever, or like fun and cute and instant, you're instantly, drawn to it. Not saying that that's not worth anything. However, there are parameters, and for myself, the moral of the company matters quite a bit. Yeah, I would say, and I'm hearing from Spirit, be very careful with that, because it is your money, and money is energy. So who are you giving your energy to? Who are you giving your money to? I would say, I mean, if you're taking out loans to shop, y'all, it's not just it's not just a financial thing. This is about energy. This is about energy. Okay. You need to know your worth. You need to practice resistance, because they're taking advantage of you. You're basically the company's employee. If you're taking loans out, return it in the third eye. if you're taking loans out, and these companies know you're doing that, they know you don't need that fucking overpriced product. This is stealing. It's stealing in broad daylight. And there's no one here to say, oh, that's actually not really worth that. But, it's not worth that. But what they want you to do is to work on the loan. They want you to take that loan out. This is someone's very specific message, maybe, and probably a number of people. I mean, listen, I am working through this too. I never take loans out, but in terms of general like investment, like no, and it's a moral thing. It's like, that's not cool what you're doing to these people. I mean, to say they offer you the loan too on the website. It's like, you're doing that to someone. This is not even like, we're not talking food. We're not talking rent. We are talking dispensable shit. You're coming up with ways to rob people, for people to take loans out. I mean, that's fucked up. And honestly, these companies gotta go. You guys gotta go. Yeah. It's amazing, like how you can sleep at night. How can you sleep at night? You know what I'm saying? Like, that just became so apparent to me. Oh my God. So yeah, if you are getting loans to shop, y'all, this is slavery. I mean, you are literally like, that product ain't worth that much. It just ain't. It's kind of like these companies, mafia with a mask on it. Okay, just return it. It's like, hey, psst, I heard your aunt's real fucking rich. I know you wouldn't be able to afford this product for $500, but yeah. What if we charge you $200, but you take $300 from your aunt? And then you gotta owe her. That's what's happening. So people need to, first of all, stop this whole loan shit and boycott that. And say, no, you gotta bring the prices down, bitch. Clear in the third eye. This is what's gonna have to happen. Okay? Yeah, for these companies to stop this silly nonsense. Because these companies, guys, they make these products, they don't really care about these products. They're just looking for ways to make money. What they're doing, they're researching. Probably some dude who studied business, has, a degree from probably, I don't know, Wharton, Penn University, okay? UPenn Business School, whatever, and then he's got to make a name for himself somehow. So he studied business, y'all. Flatline business, right? He got his degree, and he's got to pay also his loans off for his degree from his Ivy League university. And so what does he do? He does data analytics research on the best industries to make the most profit, return it, and he draws up a little profit scheme. He doesn't care about what he's selling you. He's hiring a design artist, and he's not a passionate person. He's a profit builder. Engineering a schema to rob you. And so this is where the marketing comes in and is very, very, very controversial when we're talking about karma. Because look at the marketing coming in and slathering makeup over all of this. And that's where we have to look beyond the facade of the marketing, beyond the facade, of how things look. And, oh, look at this brand is so cute and all this. But no, like, who is your money as well? Think of it like this, really going to? Who's it going to? Do you know, like, what you work for so hard, right? Whatever your job, whatever you're doing, your 9 to 5 or whatever, right? Do you know, like, kind of like, in a way, we'll say who you're working for? At the end of the day, if you go and you spend almost all your money at this one brand, this one company, this one website, who is that person who just took all your time and your energy? Because that's what it took for you to make that money, right? Who is literally taking you from you? Because you could reinvest that in yourself, right? When you make these purchases, especially on interest or whatever, these loans, you not only paid whatever you did, but you also owe now, and it's deficit, it's debt. You need to give back to yourself, and that's the expectation. It should always be that way. A purchase should never take you into a space with yourself that's also not making you feel good. Like, and let's admit this, it doesn't feel good to owe. To feel like you owe anything, right? It doesn't feel good really when you have to take a loan out. Let's be honest. Save the artificial hype, the manufactured hype that sits around. Oh my God, I really want this thing and I can have it now. It's like, what the fuck? You don't really want this thing. Because everything as well is karma. So when you buy a product from someone who doesn't have good karma, which if they have to rob people, and that's what they call their life's work, their karma ain't looking too good. You're kind of, you're kind of holding on to energy, energetic cords. It's cord attachments, you know? Yeah. And personally for myself, what I have now not shied away from is the very surrounding environment before I make a purchase. You know, I tap into how I feel. I sense myself, and I've started to get very honest with myself. Like, do I actually feel liberated making this decision? Do I really feel it would be a good decision for me? You know? And maybe sometimes it's not even about the price. Maybe you could afford it that month, but what is the energy signature attached to it? Right? I definitely, I've made a change with that personally. And I mean, especially if something's going to, you know, make you feel uncomfortable financially, you know, if you're like, oh, well, I could do it, but I could skirt by, and that's horrible karma. Horrible. Don't make those purchases, y'all. That is not worth your sanity or peace of mind. You know, there are so many businesses out there and so many purchases that will give back to you sevenfold. And then you'll be like, damn, I remember that company that I bought that product from. The karma was so good. You know, 2222 right there on the clock. It gave back to me, right? There's someone behind that company with that aura, which was what you were interacting with. You're interacting with who is running that business. It's not the product. And that's where we need to wake up. You know, we have to see these companies as people. And I want to get like really serious about that. Like, that's one of my main projects here is, you know, looking at your lifestyle completely as energy. And yeah, that's you know, and these brands with their logos, and you know, I mean, what is all this? It's like they're they're projecting, and then these brands that are like, they want you to collect all of their stuff. You know, this is, personally, I say it again, as someone with a moon in Sagittarius, Jupiter ruled, I'm a sun sign Pisces, so I fucking love consumerism. Like, that's something I love, but it's been taken too far, especially in the US, where quality is shit. And believe it or not, many of these companies are even owned by the same people. So if you think, oh yeah, like this company is its own company and that, no. They have the same branch owner, you know? And why do we have to go broke for someone like that? Why? He's sitting on a mound of cash. That's just disgusting and disturbing, and it's like, you know, it's really slavery. So I hope we can start to boycott these systems, these brands, you know, that are just mindless. And many of them, you know, I personally think they kind of all, even if the owners are technically not the same, they all kind of own each other, you know? They're their own competitors to one another. Like, it's just so trashy. There's so much going on. Return it behind the scenes in the finance world, you know, like they're operating the same brand, they use the same factory, but it's like they're operating under a different name. That's what I receive. But of course, you know, having said, obviously make your decisions in life. You go through life and you learn. Return it. Now, by no means am I saying that, yeah, low quality stuff. I mean, there's a reason why something would also be so cheap, and there's karma from both angles. So it's really important to feel where you're at. Your environment will tell you whether or not you're compatible with that purchase. Your environment, your aura will tell you, your intuition, you know, again, feel how you feel. It's kind of like when you meet someone. How are you feeling? Maybe he's attractive, maybe she's good, like whatever. But how do you feel? Do you feel uneasy around this person? And you're like, I don't know why. You have to heed that. You know, it's the same thing with purchases. You know, you can feel it on some level, like, I don't really want. Sometimes I even go to a website and I'm like, out of nowhere, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to buy anything from this website. Like, just something, you know? And it's like, and then you read about the owner and you're like, oh, no wonder, you know? It's a reptilian owner and whatever. So, yeah, guys, that just like wanted to come through. Yeah, exactly, Luna. Yeah, same. Every time, like, when I'm like, I don't understand why, like, I wouldn't want to make this purchase. Maybe I should just make it. And then I'm like, oh my God. Like, oh my God, how did I, like, not listen to my intuition? 33%. Return it. Yeah, it's about empowerment, you know? So invest in things that give back to you as well, right? They're flat line investments, and then there are investments that upcycle. That's kind of like how I see it, like where you know what you're getting out of this. Return it. You know kind of how it's investing in you. You know, is what you're investing in you, and the same thing holds in relationships, right? It's like, because it's a narcissistic entity attachment, and we said this many times in readings and downloads years ago. Companies can be narcissistic, right? Like, companies, similar to people, can be narcissistic because it's the people who run the company. It's the energy signature, the energy attachment, the energy cord. Yeah. So these companies who do this kind of thing, yeah, similar to people, right? Where you meet them and you're like, why am I giving so much? We've all been in those situations. We're just giving so fucking much of ourselves. Like, why am I kissing this person's fucking feet? You know those people who you meet and it's just like their energy just almost puts you in this like weird, just return it to sender, like over servicing, overextending yourself, trying to be a pleaser type. You know, like it's almost like automatic. Something like that. And that's exactly it's return it in the sacral and the root chakra. That's what happens in these purchases with these companies. Without you really seeing it, that's what's going on. When you're doing all this crazy shit to take out loans and do this interest and just, you know, that's like that's narcissist empath. You know? So it's a very precarious situation and predicament that we're in when it comes to this world right now. The finances, I think, still are not seen in a high enough light. It's not just another dollar, you know. Okay, what's the big deal? It's a big deal. And your guides are saying, at least that's what I've been working through with the guides, is it will impact your life, who you give to. Because also your energy, right, should you value it highly enough, you'll know is worth a lot. So this is where self-love comes in. Like, who do I want to really give my energy to? It's not just finances, right? It's your energy. similar to having sex, similar to all the controversies of this planet. And they love to get you in this matrix mindset of impulsivity, not questioning. And hey, maybe you question and you really resonate with whatever it is, right? But at least you listened long enough to look at the situation top down and consider yourself in it. Because these companies who do this shit, again, like, what they're doing basically is disregarding you. They're disrespecting you, and they see you as a number. And it's not to say that smaller companies, local-owned, chain companies, women-owned, LGBT, whatever the hell, right? Because many companies, they use these as little taglines in the same way that they go, oh, we're 100% natural orange juice. Well, what the hell is natural? What are you saying? That it's not paint? Is it organic? Is it certified organic? Is it non-GMO? I know, okay, yeah, organic, even the labor, it may not still be organic. But don't try and delude people, because many people, they see natural, they don't know the difference. And they're taking advantage of that. You're taking advantage of that. We see you. You heard? Clearing the sacral. So, yeah. What were we saying? These companies. Yeah. Natural, organic taglines, right? Even small own. It's about the owner. It does not matter really what's going on. You can also have big businesses, big corps that are not reptilian owned, right? It's not about that. It's about who is running that. Who is running the system? What is the soul and the body of that business? It's about the people as well who work in that company. Are they happy? Who are these people? We really have to think where our money is going, where our energy, because it's a silent vote. It's like when we pay for a product, we're sort of we're voting for something. We really are. Yeah. We're saying, hey, I support you. But it's like, do you know who they are to support them, right? So one is like these companies who blatantly don't give a fuck, and they're just... But then number two is these companies who are now onto it of return it. They got kind of smart, like, oh, we gotta now be like in the new age shit. And the thing I hate the most, well, it's like very annoying. Are these... Well, it's kind of like embarrassing. Are these companies who are now trying to make a buck off of astrology? Now we have crystals for each of your zodiac signs. We're going to attach it to the bag. It's like, this is like, ew. That crystal is probably irradiated. And you don't give a damn even about who's mining those crystals. Do you know what? Yeah. So there's so much cover up. There's just so much fake playing nice. There's so much appealing to you and your senses, Quality is important. Unless you think that you don't deserve real quality, and that you're not quality. So it's like your environment should reflect you. That's something I really believe. Return it in the sacral. Exactly right. And the wanting you to come back again, and the whole free trial and all that. Oh my God. 2 to 2 on the clock. All this, it's no, man. There's something really, off with that. It really comes down to this, the branch of marketing, like whatever. If astrology wasn't profitable, then they would just talk about something else. They try to talk about just the newest and the hottest thing. And Lost so much freaking respect for that. It's like these people who just try to appeal to SEO. Ew. So, yeah, I don't know. It could apply to anything, right? But yeah, like these we're saying, yeah, it's about how you see yourself, your own quality. Oh really? How so, Mimi? Disgusting. Yeah. Like, recently, I was thinking, oh, Blue Bottle, you know, the coffee shop. Oh, Blue Bottle, da 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 da. Freaking find out they're owned by Nestle now. They got bought out. Return it to sender. It's like everything in between is just marketing. It's like if you knew that you were putting dollars and money towards Nestle to continue doing what they're doing, would you still do that? Like, would you have made that purchase? So I think that honestly, like, that should be way more transparent. Like, every fucking Blue Bottle logo should have a little Nestle right under it, right? I started to notice, like, some of these companies, even, you know, the companies where, and it's not like it's energy, like, when you go and let's say you buy one thing and then you buy another thing and then you buy another thing from them, and it's like you starting to realize I can't stop buying all this. It's like that's like fucking spell work. It's like, why am I, and it happens with so many different things. It could happen with vloggers. I'm hearing that when it's like unhealthy, you know, you're not just consuming content, you're literally kind of like calibrating to that person's force field, whoever's behind that. It's like you're finding a middle ground with that person. And it's like, if you knew that, I think the first question would be, well, where the hell do they reside on the galactic? Because I've noticed, like, okay, maybe you watch someone's video once, but then what about, like, multiple times? Like, over time. And the thing is, sometimes we don't realize. It's like, look at who you become or look at what's going on. I mean, do you like yourself? Is this better? Sometimes it's better for that person. You know? It's like you're bringing them higher up, you know? Without even really realizing it. So that's where it's important to understand how you really feel. Feel like, do you like this person really? Do you like their energy? Do you like really how you feel after, or what's going on? Like, are you getting, you know, sucked in, you drawn into fear? Right? Like, and I found that with so much of the news and like these channels on YouTube that are, it's like some of these readers, when you, once you're subscribed, you cannot fucking unsubscribe. It's like something keeps happening. You can't click the button. It's like then the page just jumps away. It's like, ew. It's energy. And always I see that as a sign, like, okay, yeah, 100%. Like, some of these people similar to these businesses, they're doing some fucking spell work. Like, this one time, I'll never forget it. I was out of nowhere, like, I had, it was so strange. It was like, I felt like, oh my God, I have to, like, buy, like, tarot stuff. And I mean, it was true, I wanted some new decks, but, like, well, I was thinking about that. But then, out of nowhere, there's this company all of a sudden, flash sale. Like, it was practically a liquidation sale. And return to sender. Like, I looked at my cart and I was like, $700? What the hell? Like, I was like, oh my God, no. Like, I was thinking about maybe spending like $40. I'm looking at all these, the energy on that website, and they had this thing counting down. Only 2 hours left. Y'all. I think my cart went down to like $400 something after some, I was like, calm down. This is ridiculous. Okay. It's a fucking tarot card website. Oh my God. In the heart chakra. What ended up happening on that website, y'all, I realized these people are selling these spell kits and whatever. I'm like, these idiots are doing some fucking spell magic for fucking money magic spell, and it became so clear to me. Like, what I did, Spirit was like, no, and it's karmic. Like, they wanted me to do this. No, go ahead, put the order through. $400 something for all these tarot decks, whatever. I did, and I had this feeling immediately after my gut, like, ask for a refund, like, ASAP. Like, this is no. Like, this is not meant to go through. I emailed them immediately, and they probably went, oh, $400. And I want that refunded right now. And they were like, oh, okay. These people, I never order a single shit from them ever. Because I don't like that energy signature. I don't like that. I see you doing something weird. And that's where all these spell work's going to backfire. Money magic candle work. I mean, come on. No. Either you are in alignment or you're not. Why are you not in alignment? That's what you need to be looking at. Do you maybe need to clear an addiction? Maybe you should take that money and spend it on clearing addictions. So you can really be of assistance to the collective. Instead of paying money to people who are doing spells. Can we wake up? Why would I, think about it, why would I go and want to spend more money and give more of my money, more of my energy, more of my time to someone who went and lit a fucking candle to make more money? Hello? Those people gotta go. You gotta go. And these, there's no such thing as no. Okay? And many of these businesses, they're doing that. Many of them. And that's why you're like feeling fucking hypnotized in the candy shop, like putting everything in your cart. Disgusting. Should be ashamed of yourself. Many of these people don't actually care about new age stuff. They're just like, oh, let me just light this candle. Yeah, I'll take more money. Ew, it's like disgusting, y'all. I'm telling you. And you may tap into that. They're whatever their thought projection. And you think you're wanting these tarot decks. No. You're picking up on what they're wanting. They're saying more money, more money. So you got to be really careful with your money, light workers, because that currency also goes a long way. And, to give it to the right person. I am a very generous person. I'm not greedy. I like to spend, actually. But I have become much more careful who I give myself to. And, yeah, in every way. That includes sex. That includes getting physical. That includes who you give your money to. We need to wake up to that. Yeah, definitely. And if I feel it's the right thing, I'm not afraid to put money down. But I always consult myself. I consult myself, my higher self, and I make sure I'm in alignment and this person is going to do well with that as well. And the reverse is the same. I don't want some people paying me for my services. I don't want your money or gifts. I don't want you to give me a gift. I don't want your money because it's energy. So, yeah, and I think it's really wrong if someone's like, throwing themselves at you in that way as well. If someone's, forcing a gift to you is really fucked up. That's like energy rape. Because again, money is energy. It's like, take my energy. I said take my energy because what happens, like, you have to have a balance. You gotta have a balance. I think that's partly why these people who are very famous and whatever, and they make their money off of being idols and all of this, that's why many of them, their life, I mean, it goes down it kind of just is horrible. you know, because the karma that they have taken on from all these people, like, they're no longer really human or like that. So yeah, it's important who you also get gifts from, because those people are also obligating you to their energy field. Like, hey, psst. And whether if you accept the gift, right, it's a cord attachment. It's like, you know, hey, psst, can you meet? Yeah, hey. It's like forcing you to look at them, you know, and so yeah, some of you be careful, you know, if you're like, I don't like this person, but they're giving me gifts. Nothing in life is free. I'll say it like that. I had a roommate, and I first heard this from her. This was back in college. She was like, I never take gifts from anyone. And I was like, wow, really? Yeah, but she had experience growing up with a lot of narcissistic people in her life. And so she had a different perspective of that. And she was like, I don't take gifts from anybody. Okay. She was very careful with that. Now I understand what she was saying. Yeah. But I learned this over time. I did. Definitely. For myself. And now I'm very careful who I take anything from. Return it. And what I do with that. And I also believe in what you do with that. Like, let's say someone gives you a gift, right? It's like there's an intention with that. I'll give another example, you know, someone give me a gift, a certain amount of money, and, you know, I'm not too hot about this person. I don't really like this person very much. We're not compatible energetically. This person is not at all someone that I see myself resonating with. Yeah, especially in the long term. And I noticed that, like, ever since this person gave me that gift or that donation or whatever it was, and I know this person very well, I started to see these products pop up in my reality that this person loves. Their favorite foods. Suddenly, everything started to sort of look like this person's life. And that was something very clear for me. Yeah, I see a spider here. It's the same person. But, yeah. And I started to really, you know, think, it's like, I don't want this stuff. It's like, you know, and money is not just money, y'all. It's intention, it's energy signature, you know? So, yeah. It feels different. You know, two people can get you also the same gift, the same product, but it's different. It feels different. Two people can give you a kiss, but it feels different. You feel differently afterwards, you know? And you have the right not to receive a kiss from either one of those people, right? And that's the same thing with finances. Like, some of you, maybe you can't deny people you feel from giving you stuff, and you have to realize, like, even like free shit from stores, that shit, like, why do you think they're shoving it at you? Right? Returning the crown. Now, the thing here, though, is, like, some of you here, like, you are clear with that, let's say, per se. But you have, some of you, your husband, this is very specific. Your husband is, like, receiving gifts or something from, it's like your husband is not on this train, and it's, like, impacting you, and he's, like, bringing home this free food or something. I don't know, this is very specific message for somebody. Something about coleslaw, something about macaroni and cheese and, like, KFC chicken. It's like, okay, something like, Now, I mean, it could also be more macro, like not maybe one-on-one with someone particular, but it can also be like a whole company thought propagandaing, wanting to keep you in a low vibration. Like, to them, you being hooked on their fried chicken, whatever, is worth the $5 free coupon, whatever they're giving you, right? So, and it does come down to energy again, like you being hooked on that stuff and not being able to really fully awaken. Food is vibration. I see a high heel shoe here. Yeah, it's your gut bacteria, you know. And bacteria is consciousness. So when they get you in that, right, the cravings and all that, you know, that's another way that these entities are thriving through. Nothing is free. It's clear it down the left side body. Yeah, and the sacral and the root chakra. Also, when that frog gave me that donation, that's when I that night, she forced her whatever donation straight to my bank account without my permission, because she knows I don't cash her stupid checks. Yeah. And that night, I threw up 18 times everything that I ate after her money came through. That's not the first time that I have thrown up. Return it in the sacral around this wannabe witch. Okay? So, yeah. That's that. And this, like, ew, that's like her energy, her karma, you sick, toxic bitch, you know? Some of you really, like, a gift is not a gift. You gotta see it. You really, really gotta see it. A gift is not a gift. It's a conversation. It's a chord. So, yeah. And I haven't, I had not thrown up in, wow, like, you know, 18 years. So, very karmic on her to have made a move like that, and whoever was involved in that, because, yeah, I've told the people around me, like, I do not want to accept nothing from this bitch. Nothing. Not a penny. And so when I saw that, that was like a little, it's like she's got this little smirk, like, you know, kind of, it's like a way to control. It's not about the benevolence of gift giving. And that has a lot of explanation to it that we will not get into now, because, yeah, we'll spare ourselves. Yeah. Frog. Ugh. Jealous bitch. Yeah, I feel my hair getting pulled there. Jealous bitch. Return it. Let's say it again. Yeah, you jealous bitch. Don't ever give me anything. Ever. Sicko. So, yeah. Because we know your intention is just to take. The type of person who gives you a gift with expectations on how you should spend that gift as well. Right? Subliminally. Like, what, like, it's like, let's give another example. It's no different than return it to sender, the company, the business, the restaurant who gives you all this free appetizers out of nowhere. Like, what are you doing? And then you're like, oh shit, I better tip them really good. It's like, no. There's something behind that, yeah. Yeah. Sick bitch. And a lot of the time, these people giving you all these gifts and whatever, okay, it's like, why are you giving me the gift? It's like, why is this not equal? Like, back and forth, where we're in a position to gift each other, right? Like, and that's where we're talking about the karma. That's where the karma becomes apparent. And why? Because these people, let's be honest. Oh my God. Jade is feeling nauseous, I think. Are you okay, Jade? Me and Jade were very sensitive. Like one time, remember, he was feeling nauseous and he was about to throw up, and then I started to feel really nauseous. And he has his sun on my moon sign. And I looked down, I was like, why do I feel so sick? And then I see him, he's like throwing up. Like he's kind of about to gag on the road. He was in the, Return It, the little baby stroller. So now, what were we saying? I'm seeing big dollar signs. Clear the energy. Yeah, so I don't know what we're saying there for everybody. Oh, yeah, these gifts. Right, like, this is weird. Yeah, see, I don't want this out, yeah. Because it's your karma. And I talk about this example of this witch, bitch, whatever. You know, she's just robbing people's good karma left and right. Like, no one around her is anywhere close to her financial status. And she, she openly sacrificed her sisters. We talked about this person, right? So, and there's something about that, like, then, like, how do we say? She took what was yours only to gift it back to you so she can appear as well as such a benevolent spirit. When really, in reality, she stole from you, and that's really yours, and it's not to be given to you as a gift, but it's actually to be transmuted and brought back into Source's hands, and Source will give you what you deserve from that, which is yours. This person, you know, not only this person, but everyone who's been up to this nonsense, and I will say it again, it's ancient slave owners. They're all going to find major change in this climate very soon of how they've operated and how they've survived to this point, supposedly. But if they still need to hook into your energy, well, I see a big mustache. Yeah. Doesn't look like they're really surviving much. Anyways, let's clear the energy and move on. Some of you, your husband is not in on this though, and I can only imagine that's very hard. If you're woke, but then your husband is asleep and, you know, it's like impacting your life. Yeah, that's challenging because I see someone, and this might be hand in hand with the video we did just a minute ago. Well, more than a minute. The part one of this video where we said someone's trying to like coerce him and like he's not maybe fully realizing it. It was, yeah. So maybe he's like a little naive. Sorry to say, but yeah, he could be a little naive. He's like, look at all these like cherries I found on the top of the pie. Like, I don't know. He thinks he won the jackpot or something, but he's kind of gullible. He's easily amused. He's easily, something about franchise. It's like, hi, you have to wake up and realize that that's not a big deal for that company to give you all those free pot pies. I hear like that. Like, I'm seeing something about leather. He thinks that this is a great deal, a great opportunity even, like, but he's being exploited maybe, I'm not sure. So some of you here, maybe he even works for a certain company, like, and he's not really getting what's fairly his. Yeah, the free samples, exactly. And then the free samples make you feel in the back of your mind like indebted. It's like paying for friendship. I pay for this and then you feel like I'm your friend. It's like, ew, again, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god. All right. Ugh. Slug frequencies. I tell ya. I'm seeing a hermit in a hobbit house here. What do you guys think about like home ownership as well? What do you guys think about that? Curious to know your thoughts on that. Because I kind of feel like for a reason that's getting phased out too. This whole like I own this plot of land thing and I'm you know, trying to buy a house, like I'm spending all my time in my life just trying to own a piece of property, and then I end up feeling stuck on this property forever. Like, personally, like, I would feel so claustrophobic. Like, every time that I ever even remotely consider that, I'm like saving up. Maybe it's my moon in Sagittarius. I'm curious to know what do you guys feel about that? Yeah, exactly, Mimi. Mimi says buying a purchase and giving extra free samples to yeah. It's like, I didn't ask for that though, you know? It's like, why you did that? Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Then it's like you feel that they're expecting, it's like a silent, like, you're coming back, right? It's like, what if I'm not coming back? The answer no is a real question. Their answer would be, give me that sample back. The marketing's not going to work on you. Give it back. Okay, so it's like, they don't really want you to have that, you see? It's something karmic. It's not unconditional. Just clear the energy. Oh my god, ew. In the sacral, especially I think in like the food industry, you know, where people are like sending these vibes while they're like making your food and shit. It's like, that's something. I see someone in a hood right here. Holy shit, the fuck, get out of here. I see someone emerging in a hood, y'all. Happens every so often. So I thought they said I'm undercover. Undercover. Is that the song? Da 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 da. Under pressure. So, I'm not hallucinating, y'all. I see this character like in the holographic universe. I'm not. Yeah. So. Yeah. Oh, is sight your only sense, B? Sorry. I also got a smell to me. I also got a taste. Spirit didn't let you get that close, huh? To my aura. You still go only based on your two eyes? Yeah. Oh, the one in the middle's missing. Aw, sorry, can't help you, bruh. Sorry, can't help you. Yeah. I don't have free samples of a third eye, what it feels like. Yeah. Ciao. Oh, man. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Mimi. Well, thanks. I mean, it's 2:50 a.m. Maybe he does have a psychic bone in his body. Maybe it's just the boner he popping. Oh, he popping a boner for some extra thick crust pizza. What kind of toppings? You let you let Sizzler choose for you, whatever is it called, Sizzler's pizza? Yeah. You let Papa John pick the toppings for you, huh? He's the type, hey, whatever yeah, is cheapest for y'all. He's the type to want to donate to a Sizzler's, put money in the donation box at a Sizzler's. Oh god. Help the Sizzlers Foundation. Would you like to donate $1 to the help? Oh man. Was that the type of crust you were talking about? The crust growing around. Yeah. The finger that you swipe up. Oh, gross. Alright. Just clear it. I see the moon. Wow. But yeah, what were we saying? I'm here in Austin. But yeah, so doesn't read the fine print. Click $50 tip on the little screen. Would you like to donate? Is like, you know how they usually say, to the Donate Children Foundation, which I don't know, guys. I always got a sketchy feeling about that thing too. But either way, Yeah. He doesn't even check. It's like he walk out paying $100 for 2 slices of pizza. A donation to crack cocaine founder. I don't know, like, well, okay, let's just, I don't know what's what. Some of these businesses, like, they could have their hands in, just return in the ground, or maybe he's on ground. God, bye. Yeah, sounds like you got overcharged on some sizzler pot pie. Oh, God. They would give him the wrong pizza, too. He would be like, if it's more profitable for you guys, like, anything to help you out. I feel like you say some shit like that. That's your reading, by the way. Yeah. We didn't charge you for the crust. Damn, I be getting a good deal at Sizzlers these days. I cannot. Free crust on your pizza, y'all. I don't know. Yeah. So don't worry about my crust. Cause yeah, my crust I charge. Yeah, you stick with your Sizzlers or your sisters whenever your boner pop. Let's just clear it. I'm done. I'm a deuce. All right, that's crust for Krusty Mick crust on a Tuesday, going up on a Tuesday, 3 a.m. Okay, yeah, don't come around here. I would just spill all of you and your sisters. Beef nugget patty drama. Segway stories. Extra charge for my breath when I exhale on when I give it to you and I exhale on it. It's like he never checked the receipt. Why did this turn into $100? I guess, yeah, I like Sizzler. I'll just like keep buying from them. It's like, okay. Just clear it. What were we saying? DJ Spinach still sitting in his teeth from Saturday's Sizzler pizza. Spin that record, DJ. I don't know. That's the only way I take it, Sizzler style. It's like, okay, bro. He's hanging out at Sizzler's on a Tuesday with a fork and his pizza. I don't know. I like something going on. I think of all the people in this chain, he needs this message. He got the Sizzler entity hooked deep into his orifice. Is that what they call it? Orifices. At this point, he just has to feed it right through that end of the spectrum. He doesn't even. It's faster. He doesn't need to go through the mouth anymore. Okay, so listen, I'm out of your hairline. I don't know where you've been at. It's getting nasty. It's getting fungally, and it's getting dark. And it's getting dark out. It's time, 3 a.m. for you. Yeah, because the bus done left the stop. I'm telling you now subliminally that, yeah, you need to find alternate mode of transport back to wherever you came from. Troll. Returning the sacral. Sizzler with his sister. Oh my God. And I still tell you, try to go organic. If you can invest in one thing, try to go organic. Get off of that Sizzlers. Even though you were an a-hole, I'm going to still give you some good advice. The advice that holds for everybody, boycott these systems and go organic. Is this the type of company that would charge you for extra glyphosate and call it a spice? Oh man, I don't know. I just like it. It makes it taste spicy. It's like, God, that, it's like these people who like the smell of, what do they say? At the gas station, they like the smell of I don't know. I gotta go. Just return it. I'm over it. Yeah. Ooh. Oh my god, look at Jade right now. Yeah, I'm listening. Never been to Sizzler. Don't think I'm interested enough to try. To Jade. Although Jade likes a good snack every now and then. But he's no Sizzler party monger. I don't even know what that means. I don't know, y'all. Yeah. But, like, you know, I think this also even extends. We're having a Sagittarius philosophy chat now, I guess. But, yeah, like, even foods themselves. Like, certain foods, you know, they can be very addictive and, like, they're not nourishing you. And you end up eating, like, 4,500 pot pies. And you're not full still and you're feeling hungry. It's, like, something up with that food. You know, honestly, this concept, I see dark energy, like, it applies to everything. People, foods, companies, places, maybe, as well, yeah. Makes sense, I mean, that's kind of interesting. Haven't thought about that. Places. Right now, I'm living on my Saturn line. So, yeah. But, like, it's kind of interesting. Places, spirit. Like, maybe, like, business establishments, because, I mean, or, like, maybe there are places on the grid, you know, that are, like, have to meditate on that. That's an interesting one. Yeah. I'm hearing warlock entrapment centers. There are chakras on the earth, but yeah, that would be kind of interesting. Right, Melissa? It in the crown clear. It takes us back to the Salem days when we did that. I don't know if anyone was there. That one Salem reading was download. Interesting. Are any of you gonna move soon? By the way? Did I just yawn? Wow. I must have really yawned. If I forgot that I yawned, now I feel like I could yawn. Oh, 6 slices of apple here. Return it. Yeah, that was such a sleep over. I think that was the most intense channeling ever. I remember I had to lay down and, like, turn off all the lights and, like, it was the one where the reptilians followed that girl, or yeah, from DC to Salem. You are, Mimi? Oh my god, wow. I feel like a lot of people are gonna be moving. I just feel it. Yeah. I wonder if I'll ever move. Starting to think that maybe I will be here forever. 3:03 right there on the clock. I'm just like, well, if I'm gonna be here, I gotta be here. DC's not bad, you know, it's really grown on me, but it's definitely my Saturn line. Yeah, it's definitely not my Jupiter line, it's definitely not my Venus line, it's my Saturn line. Clear down the rest of the body. Feeling like a Elvis coif. Yeah, he's been coming through the reads. Your wedding? You got married, Mimi? What? Oh my god, what? Did this happen just overnight? Oh my god, wow. Return it, wow. What's your Venus sign? Wow, that's amazing. So much has happened. Well, I don't want to, yeah, I mean, there's like so many trolls in the chat. But yeah, I'm curious like where you're moving. Oh, you have a Venus in Aries. Wow. Did you get married very recently? Or you're gonna get married, like you got proposed to? Oh, you're right. You said, will be my wedding soon. I see. Right, Tabitha? Wow. That's so cool. You got married the religious way. Like, what does that mean? Like, it's not like a prearranged marriage, right? Because I remember you said that you already had that with somebody else. Wow. I remember that, yeah. Well, so you're still in school, right? For the biology? Oh my god, guys, it's kind of nostalgic. It's like oh my god, I'm getting emotional. It's kind of like, yeah, like, what's that, song, Vitamin C, that they play at the graduation? When we go on, da, 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 da. Oh my god, it's very emotional. Okay, I see. Wow. Well, this is turning into a FaceTime call. So who is he? Me? What is he like? Oh my god. I feel like everybody. Oh. Heck, if you want, you could feel free to share the details. Return it. The story. Or the story details, whatever. Well, I'll send you love and light. Oh my god, yeah. Yes! I remember that. Yeah. I think you asked me, right, about him. You said something like that. He was coming to visit your family or something like that. Or you know him through your family or something. Oh, really? Oh my God, yeah, I remember that. That's incredible. What was that? That was the one where the trains, right? Like all those men were on the train coming, and then you were like, oh my God, I feel something weird on my tongue. What the hell was that? It was fucking strange. Right. Wow, that's great, Mimi. I love the interweaving. I think Gabby's behind a little bit. Guys, the phone cut there, like literally right on that note. And we were literally just saying that I think Kathy is behind because it was like Mimi was talking about this guy and then she comes out of nowhere. Oh my God. And she says, yeah, they're livid, you bet. And then I was like, I think Kathy's behind, and then my phone died. And Kathy was like, on the subliminal psychic plane, well, you better then wait for me. Slow down. All right. Clear the sacral. Wait, Kathy, are you behind or are you in lifetime? If you can hear us, can you type 122? Just out of curiosity. So, yes. Oh, Mimi. Oh, okay. Oh, it was funny. But yeah. So, yeah, you feel like your ex is interjecting his energy on you. Yeah, I'm sure. That guy with the red velvet cake. Oh, word got. Oh, right. Yeah. Really? Oh, man. Strange. I'm hearing, I own this. Oh my God. How creepy. You know, sometimes, like, we literally underestimate, like, masculines being into spell work. Like, I know for myself. Like, I dated this guy years ago. And it's like, I'll never forget this. It was such an eye-opener for me. Like, when we were, like, breaking up and, like, I mean, we did have a strong connection, but then it was time. Like, I started to feel uncomfortable in the connection. And I was like, I knew how I felt. Return it to sender. Ew, clear the energy. Like, and he was being very pushy and, like, being manipulative, and then I was getting really uncomfortable, and then I knew that I wanted that breakup. Then when we were broken up, out of nowhere, it's like, what's that song? Hit me like a wrecking ball. Like, I suddenly missed him, like, so fucking badly. I'm like, ew, what the hell? This was before I was, like, extremely sensitive to energy in the way that I am now, like, in a more woke, so-called woke way. Yeah, go on. We're listening. And then all of a sudden I'm like, why do I feel I want to run, like, back to him? After having such fucking clarity just a minute ago. It was like a fear set in. And I text him, I'm like, hey, like, what's going on? Like, I feel your energy really strongly. And he goes, oh my God, thank God you texted me. I was just praying that I wasn't gonna lose you forever. And he was like a religious guy, but oh my God. When I heard him say that, I was like, whoa, you know? Clear, return to sender. Right. Ew. That was a real spit. Because I felt like I had something in my mouth. Ew. Ew, what is that? Don't worry, guys. I cleaned this area. I know some people are like, so what's going on? Where does this spit land? Yeah, these, do you guys see this thing over here? Yeah. He comes in very handy. Yeah, so like a wet to dry vacuum cleaner, which is amazing. I highly recommend. First, I mean, even like in general, but having pets, you gotta clean the floors a lot. Sort of carpet. But it is, I mean, just saliva. Ew. Oh my God. Wait a sec. Who is this guy? Is this the old guy, Mimi? I just said old guy. That's weird because this guy I'm talking about was older. I dated like that. He was older, guys. Like, I mean, at the time, I was like, you know how old I was, doll? I was like 21. Yeah, I was 21 or something. He was older, yeah. And, so, yeah. Wait, where was I? Oh, the ex-husband. The ex-husband who had braces. Mimi just needed to get that, like, off her chest, you know? It's like a trauma, oh my God. Oh my God, I can imagine, yeah. Right. That's crazy, because when you were going through the breakup with this guy, I remember it, like, on the channel, and it was concurrent to this guy that I was dating, and he had braces. That's just crazy. And they were both, like, Arab. Yeah, that's crazy. I know that's not the moral of your story, but yeah, I just linking that, you know, a lot of mirroring. And I feel like I took, like, so much, like, bullshit from this guy. Yeah. That braces guy. Well, how the hell would it have muted? That doesn't make any sense. Well, they don't want that out. Wow, you see how that just muted it? I didn't even touch the screen. I said that was the best decision. Separating from that freak. And I said it many times already on the channel, but it was very hard. But it was the best decision. Oh. The hardest separations are the best decisions. That's what I think. It's like if you have the thought to separate, but then it feels very hard. What you're feeling is how far you have to hike back to get to your true source. To your true portal. It's like, yeah, you're not home and you know it. It's like, damn, but I'm far. But it's like, what are you going to do? Sleep at the motel, hotel? Come on. Yeah. The decisions that feel hard, but that you feel you need to make, those are the ones you need to make the most. I totally agree with you, Mimi, on that. Definitely. There. Yeah. In the moment, it feels like everything you're losing, so-called everything. Like, you feel like you're totally, like, dying. But what's happening is you're just cutting the cord. You know? And really, it's like, Jesus. And the hard thing is, like, that guy who I separated from, not the older man, but this other guy. By far the hardest separation ever. Even worse than my catalytic twin. Returning the crown. And, like, because he would not show any emotion, any remorse, would not admit to any kind of, I mean, it was like completely abusive in so many ways. Like, I was like basically holding all the emotion in that situation. It felt completely unfair. I mean, it was not a fair contract, but that had to happen. I was his karmic partner, you know, because I had to also yeah, teach him where his karma is really at in many ways. But it felt like I had to, like, be the emotional one. It was horrible. Horrible. And it's like you feel framed. At least I did in that relationship. I felt like some kind of hybrid between, like, a man like, I'm serious. A man and, like his mother, and, like, I mean, it's like I had no room for myself in that relationship. Like, I was fitting so many fucking rules. It was just really unfair. Yeah. It's like, I don't want to be this person. And then it's like, but it's like, it's horrible because then you feel stuck. And then I got to who the hell signed me up for this? I don't want to be in this relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's like their hook onto you. That was the worst part, that he framed me as the one who wanted to be in this. It's like, I don't want this relationship, but you won't let me go on the energy plane. Like, are you okay? Worse, way worse than anyone I ever dated. It was it was like the highest form of gaslight ever. Yeah. There was no room for me to feel anything. I mean, yeah, like, you know what, with some people you feel like more feminine or more masculine, or you feel more like happy. Okay, yeah. Like, oh my god. He had 4 planets in Capricorn. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars. And that was all sitting on my North Node. Talk about a lesson. You know? Yeah. And the heart chakra. Yeah. So much just disgracefulness, really, you know. Return it. Clear it in the sacral chakra. Horrible. Return it. Down the whole left side of the body. Return it. And on top of everything, it's like, and he's a bro. So then he has also that entity attachment where he wants to act like, he wants to act whatever he wants to act like. Like, there was just so many, yeah. But then after that, y'all, I popped 3 of them. This is one of them. He's very, very smart. And he knows that I'm talking about him. His name is Sweet Baby Jade. You know, and it's like, yeah. Sleep doll. Aww. You know, now I experience the most unconditional form of love. But, like, I really had to, like, get out of that other dynamic. I mean, you cannot know unconditional love if you're still entertaining a conditional connection. But what it felt like was, like, I almost had to wait for the right time to drop his ass off. With a, you know, with a fucking thump, and like just drop him energetically. And this is that, we talked about this, where I felt like I was carrying him like in the Amazonian, like, and I was running through fire coals or whatever it was with him above my head, and like running for like our dear life. That reading, that channeled message, that's what it felt like. I have never dated anybody who I had to do that with. So it must have been a real karmic situation. And then, then I launched at the end. Yeah. Yes. Like, and then after that, after all of the clearing, oh, it's like, yeah. And guess who was involved with that setup? I met him on the dating app. That witch who keeps trying to donate to my cause. She told my sister to make a dating app, account without my consent, and that's how I met that frog. And that frog, that warlock. Then he, through the whole relationship, kept telling me spontaneously, the whole relationship was about him wanting to visit different parts of America. And he was like, let's go to California, because that's where these people, that's where I'm from originally. And he's like wanting to go visit California, and he wants to like go right where these people, it's like, why are you trying to take me right back to these people? No, you know? It's like they're all connected on this weird energy plane. It's all karmic as fuck. But what's really interesting is, well, yeah, whatever. So, no, I spit into the ethers. Yeah. So, oh, really? No foresight, yeah. Karmic past life. Oh, chart? Oh, composite. Oh. I just read, yeah. I just read through that completely. Yes. Clear the energy. So, yeah, like the catalyst twin. I had a lot of karma with the catalyst twin, but it was very different from this Capricorn dude. Like, very different. Oh my god. That was also hard, but in a very different way, yeah. And I knew it when I met him. I had this pit in my stomach. I was like, I should not be talking to this guy. I just knew it. It's like when you're going down the wrong path on the highway, but oh well. The wrong path. Like, you're gonna learn something. Like, you can feel when it's gonna be a lesson, but you gotta do it. I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta return. I knew that that was part of my path in a way, but Frog got set up to look desperate too. Like, I never look desperate with nobody. Never. I'm not desperate, and that's the thing. It's like, I'm not desperate. Why do I feel like I need to save you, though? That was the energy. Yeah, and, like, I do feel like, yeah, in a way, like, it could have also been protection because... But you know what's fucking weird? Okay, but wait. I was gonna say, like, it could be protection because... maybe had I not dated him, because he was like, we were long distance, so, like, who knows, you know? Like, I wasn't looking for, like, another partner during that time, obviously. It's like he was just, like, a placeholder, it felt like, kind of. But, yeah. It was weird, because, like, I always worried about his life, like, from a safety standpoint, which was really strange. Especially, yeah, at the end. So it must have been, like, a past life thing. And, like, I have talked about how, like, there was a connection to the whole Titanic thing, and how, yeah. So, and because partly the separation felt like I was drowning. Remember I told you guys, that whole thing. So, I think, an emulated past life thing. Yeah. Clearing the sinkhole. So... And then it was like I was mourning him. That was the energy. Like, through the whole relationship, though, it was like I felt like I had to save him. It was horrible. It was just horrible. I felt tortured, honestly. But, the Catalyst twin, you know, the really odd thing was I had, like, a lot of, like, overlaps with the Catalyst twin on Instagram where we met originally. Jade is having puppy dream. Riddle me this. Oh my god. Alex just bopped his head up. Alex? Alexander. You've reached Alexander's voicemail. Leave a message after the treat beep. We gotta pay to leave you a voicemail? Oh, his legs are just all up in there. Oh, Alex, I guess you're really sleepy, huh? He's a sleepy one, Mr. Grinch. He does have a moon in Capricorn. But yeah, right? Yeah, you're right. Maybe just checking on him. So, and the Catalyst twin, like, he, it was weird because, like, when I met him, which was obviously years before I met this Capricorn guy, 3:53 right there on the clock, he was posting, like, pictures. He posted a picture of what happened to be exactly this Catalyst twin's car. And he wrote, like, a little quote underneath the picture. I'm hearing Jack. And he said something about, like, lust versus love. And Return it. That was this dude's car. Isn't that strange? It was sort of like, return it, a prophetic message. Yeah, well, I have Venus in Aries. You know, right now, like, honestly, I just been, I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I just been very, the projects, you know, but in terms of love, I mean, yeah, I can't lie and say, like, I feel like Spirit, I still have a cord with my catalyst twin, you know, clear it down the rest of the body. Like, I still feel his energy, you know, it comes up, it, you know, we can't fragment, like, as much as I want to be like, okay, that's it, I'm done with that, like, the cord attachment's still there to him. But he was a very, yeah, like, it's not just like, it's not like, I miss him, no. It's like downloads, it's like, clues, details about our past lives, you know, these things. And so it's like there's more homework, you know, that's the feeling. But yeah, and like the emotion is very, very much still there, like from his part. So like I will actively receive downloads from him still, and it's like emotion. So the cord is not cut with him, which I'm not surprised about. You know, clearing the crown chakra. Like, I learned a lot of karmic lessons through Capricorn, but return it in the right ear chakra, I activated onto my official path after I met the catalyst. So it's like a long journey. I'm on a major portal with him, basically. But, you know, I'm at that point where I'm like, I'm very careful who I give my energy to, and, you know, so I'm like, I'm not really dying to be in a relationship. I'm not desperate to be in a relationship, you know. And I'm at the point where it's like, if it's not happening, like, I'm not fighting for this. Okay, I'm not going out of my way. No more. Like, Isaac, Alex, and Jade have taught me, like, true love is just there, you know? So if it can't be true, you know, we still have facade and whatever, we still have like clothing between us, then we won't be. And it's like, okay. And I think that's a great place to be, where you're not unhappy and like distressed and, yeah, like needing something like of that sort. I mean, but the thing, yeah, that was very, very illuminating. Return to sender, like, clear it in the throat chakra, return to sender in the throat chakra. Like, when Bandit passed away, you guys remember Bandit. Bandit was a dog that I adopted. Okay, so what happened was, when I met the Catalyst twin, I actually met him in DC. My sister was going to school here at the time, right? And remember the whole story where, like, I saw him in the street for the last time, and then I was, well, not what would be the last time, because I bumped into him many times over the course of several years. But that one time was during the Pleiadian lineup, right? So, and then I took the flight. I bumped into him in the street right before my flight the next morning. Anyways, then I came back to LA, which is where I was at the time, and the day I get back, we get a dog. And I mean, that was super spontaneous. It was like so random, so called. Like, Bandit came into our life. It felt like so divinely orchestrated, timing wise, and just everything surrounding that. And so basically, I met Bandit the day after I had a pretty long physical separation, exactly during the time where I went through my awakening, more or less. So, yeah, because the energy was so freaking intense, like, when I was still in DC, and you guys remember that story. So, during that time, like, I felt like I was about to go crazy because I was picking up what was happening with the Catalyst Twin. It's like you start to, you get all these, like, tassels and, you know, return center, clear, a lot of activations, return it, a lot of tassels, what's the word, like, you get trinkets on your aura, like, you tap in, you tack on, like, new gifts and abilities, and, like, I started to hear, that was the first time that I was really getting into, like, channeling and repeating numbers. I was seeing repeating numbers a lot around that time, like right before I met the Catalyst Twin, and then after. And then after, it was like the music and the songs, and like it was as if it was like, oh my God, that was crazy. That was like really, really crazy intense. And then I had the spiritual awakening when I went back home, and we got Bandit, and Bandit was with me during the spiritual awakening. So, and the crazy thing that I want to mention here, return to sender, I see an ice cream cone here, is when Bandit just recently passed, the day he passed, right before he passed, and I didn't know he had passed, I was getting this sudden, intense wave of confession and emotion from the Catalyst Twin. That was very interesting, the alignment of that. Because then, like, an hour later, I got the news about Bandit. So, yeah, return to the rest of the body. That click, that connection was very, very interesting, timing-wise, and because it was so emotional, but it was coming from the Catalyst. It's almost like the Catalyst, his energy was, like, associated with Bandit or something, which makes, I mean, yeah. It's just weird, because, like, it's almost like Bandit, kind of like, I'm hearing Voyeur, like, kind of like how Bandit was, like, a placeholder, so, too, in a way, was the Capricorn, right? Capricorn I don't want to say hated, but, like, he just really didn't click with Bandit. And I remember, like, that was such a factor in the connection. Like, he never clicked with Bandit, really. And then one time I had a dream that the Catalyst was, like, gonna take this Capricorn dude down. Anyways, okay, a lot of downloads. But yeah, in the dream. And I was, like, really scared for the Capricorn because the Catalyst was, like, coming for him. And then the Capricorn disappeared suddenly, and I didn't see him. Like, I was waiting at home for him, and then he didn't come home, and I started to get really freaked out. That was in the dream. Anyways, I see a UFO here. So, yeah. But, anyway, it's just weird. Like, these little, like, subliminal clues, and, like, it's like I'm still unraveling that, you know? Yeah. And then Bandit reincarnated. Their new dog they got, right? Remember how, like, that one download was your brother's trying to reincarnate, but you have to move, and my sister just moved. My sister now went back, and then they got this dog. His name is Diego. So it's very interesting. And they got this dog in a very similar way as when I got Bandit. Wow. We adopted Bandit, and he was like 1 year old. And this dog is like a puppy. And they adopted him. He's a puppy, though, like 11 weeks, I think, or something like that. Really young. And so my sister's sort of like, it's interesting. Like, she's playing like the role that I kind of played with Bandit when we got Bandit, like when I was kind of like his mom a little bit. Now she's like Diego's mom. So, yeah, there's a lot still to this. And it's weird because, like, I came to DC because of my sister. Anyways. But yeah. Hi, baby. Hi, Angel. Oh, hi. Hi, baby. So, yeah. And the song Bright Young, in case you didn't know. So, yeah. But, yeah, guys, I'm open to your downloads. I know many of you are very psychic as well. Right? Yeah. Bandit was such a guide. Return the Crown in the third eye. He was very, very in touch, and he was super psychic, Bandit. Very, very psychic. And then, yeah, he's kind of like, definitely like a protector. And then I brought Bandit to DC, and I lived with him here for a period of time. And then he had serious separation anxiety. It was like I couldn't even leave the house for 5 minutes. Or I would come back and the whole door was like chewed down. And he was like hanging in the hallways. I'm like, what the hell? I can't even leave for 5 minutes. Yeah, he would use the elevator in the apartment, my old complex. He would take the elevator up and down. Oh my God. So yeah, I was like, I can't do this, man. After like a few years, I had to like have a break at least. And so he was then with my family where they had a yard and a car, and they would drive him around, and if they ever needed to keep so they would keep him like in the car, and it was kind of like his crate. Sometimes it was easier for them because, yeah, I don't drive in DC. So and then I noticed like over time, like he started to kind of like click more with my dad and my mom, and like, I don't know, it was weird. It was really weird. I'm not gonna lie, it was really hurtful. Like, I was like, Bandit like never wanted to sleep with me or my sister. Like, he was just going straight to my mom and my dad, and I don't know, I started to feel like weird, you know, like, okay, what's going on here? As a Scorpio rising, that's not gonna work. So I started to feel like it wasn't meant for us to be together anymore. So clearing the heart chakra and the sacral and root chakra, I just kind of let, like, you know, him like just be with them. Isaac, come here, doll. And then, yeah, so, and it was just not meant to be, you know, it just, that's how it was meant. So in a way it was like, return it in the crown, like, the guides were like, okay, like, time to like kind of like cut some cords with Bandit personally for myself. And I got that like as a really clear message. But yeah, at first I was kind of like hurt and like surprised why he was not really I'm looking at this, I'm just becoming like hypnotized and mesmerized by the grid on that. I don't know, maybe it's a message. But yeah, I started to feel like that's weird. Like, he was taking a real liking to them over me, and I was really confused. But yeah, then I started to realize it's not meant, like, I'm not supposed to have this strong connection with Bandit towards the end of his life, maybe. So I just accepted that. I just accepted that, and, yeah. Even though, you know, we had an amazing time in DC, and, yeah. But yeah, it kind of felt like a third-party situation, honestly, like, to be quite frank. And I don't tolerate that. Like, I don't like to fight for what I want or love, or, you know, it's like, damn, you're not picking me? Okay, no, like, you know, it started to feel like a little weird, like, almost like, it's like I didn't feel like he was my dog, you know? Do you guys know that feeling? Like, it felt like the family dog, but then he was kind of gravitating towards them, and, like, I don't know. It was making me feel some sort of way. I think it's a message, like, for myself in relation possibly to the dynamic. Isaac. In the crown. Isaac, what are you doing, though? So, yeah. Clear in the crown. Had to use my higher mind with that. And then, was without Bandit for some time in DC. And that's when dated this Capricorn guy. But yeah, like, what do you guys see? Like, when I first met this catalyst, I had a download on him after we separated. Like, I didn't know it would be like my conscious mind didn't know that we would be in a separation. We met like twice, and then I traveled away from the city. And then after that, like, we kind of were in a serious separation. Like, more serious meaning, like, we weren't talking. So, but I got a download before I knew that we were, like, in a separation. To twin flame standards, we weren't dating, right? But yeah, clear it again. We weren't in a so-called relationship in dating terms. But when I was in the first phase of that separation, physical separation, because I was in a different city, right? Right? Yeah. I was, like, in this kitchen in my family's place. It was just a nearby city in the East Coast. And I heard, you're not gonna, like, be with this person for, like, 20 years. And I was like, what the fuck? Why the hell would I have that thought? Like, I thought at the time that I was having, like, this thought. Well, because I was interpreting it as, like, why would I not see this person again for, like, 20 years? Like, but it was, like, it was a channel download, like, and it was just crazy, because then I got a reading on, for this, I had a reader tell me that, oh, you're not going to be with him for, like, 15 years. I just found that very interesting. But yeah, at this point I'm like, who knows, you know? Like, what's meant to be will be, you know? Maybe, yeah, I do. Maybe. Like, I do, yeah. Like, he projects energy all the time. So I'm sure that this is, yeah, and I'll never forget, like, similar to that other guy, the older guy that I dated, when he was like, oh, I was just praying that I wouldn't lose you. Like, I had a similar experience with this guy, the Catalyst, where, because I would get these intense fucking energy surges all of a sudden, and I was like, but he wasn't talking, similar kind of to the Capricorn, like, I was like, but not as bad. Okay, I was like, what is going on? Like, I feel this dude's energy, and like I told you guys about the Catalyst thing, where like after we separated, I started feeling these bodily sensations, which I never felt nobody. Like, it was a literal energy in my heart chakra. I was like, I started to feel this very intense, like, energy. And I was like, oh my God, what is that? When we were, again, like, at that point, I did not know. Oh my God, I feel like I'm going on and on. I did not know that, I'm saying something about the subway. I didn't know at that point that, maybe it's helpful for someone. I didn't consciously yet know that, like, we weren't going to see each other again for a long time. But it was like when we were in the car together and we were driving, all of a sudden, like, I had this horrible, like, feeling in my heart chakra. Never experienced that. It's like, yeah, so that was the first time with that. And then after, months later, when I was in the spiritual awakening and I was having all these activations when I was in LA, I had this, like, similar, every so often I would feel really guided to, like, text him and be like, even though he wasn't talking, I felt like I needed to be like, are you okay? Because the energy was so crazy. And at this point, I didn't have the channel yet, nothing like that. I was just going through this, like, real life experience of, like, feeling these sudden waves. And I'm like, what is that? And then one time I was feeling it again. And I remember I was at lunch with my mom. And I was like, I even told her, I was like, I feel this energy so strong. Like, what the hell? And I told her, I said, I think he's, like, thinking about me right now or something like that. And I, by that point, I deleted my Instagram. I wasn't on Instagram anymore. I needed to detach from Instagram because we followed each other still. It was getting toxic, and I just detached. Yeah, I had to just shut my Instagram down. Or no, I didn't delete it, but I just deleted the app off my phone. Anyways, that day that I was at lunch, it was like January 21st or something, let's say. I don't remember the exact date, or like February 21st or something. Exactly 1 month later, I go onto Instagram, I reinstall it, like, for something else. Oh, by that point, I think I had started the channel, or I had posted, like, a new service. It was Find Your Soul's Gold or something, yeah. And meanwhile, there were so many freaky... anyway, so then I go onto my Instagram and I see pops up, I had a DM from him. He sent that DM on that very day that I was sitting at lunch with my mom. And that was something so telling. Like, I was like, whoa. You know? So, guys... oh my God. Because I was like, yeah, we're not talking. And then the phone died. And I was like, and I guess we're not talking. Jade just kicked my leg. Hey, Jade, return it. Like, I guess we're not talking either. It was a semi-confession, not really. Oh, okay. And then I said, I was saying, and we're kind of like, we're not talking really. Like, even after that, we're not, Spirit never really brought our portals back together. Um, but we would bump into each other, like, a lot. I mean, you know, and I remember, it was, yeah, the last time that yeah, it could have been the last time that I saw him in the 3D. The night before Return, and I felt his energy again, and I had to, like, talk to his higher self, like, hey, man, don't show up, man. I don't want to, because I could feel it. Like, yeah, we were sort of, like, manifesting each other, and I was like, please don't, I cannot do this again, okay? Because we keep bumping into each other. And I told him at the time, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, listen, don't show up, okay? Because I started to pick up on a rhythm. Like, every time I got this energy, then I would bump into him, and I'm like, just return it. But then he doesn't talk, so I needed to, like, cut it off, you know, this semi-rhythm, because it was annoying a little bit, you know, like, anyways, I bump into him the next day. Crazy. So, and that was the last, yeah, because a lot of things, but yeah, so then basically, what's weird, though, is I stopped bumping into him after I broke it up with the Capricorn. Isn't that crazy? So, yeah. But the telepathy is very intense. Like, so when we say we're not communicating, it's like, sometimes, like, we are communicating, like, on a higher plane, like, but it's not communicating, like, in the 3D. Yeah, that's crazy. Right, Tabitha? Yeah. It used to get to the point where, like, it was almost like I was going out on a mission. Like, Spirit was like, you gotta wear this, you gotta be here at this time, and I was like, I just felt like, honestly, like a Pac-Man on a board. But we never talk when we bump into each other. So it's like this whole thing, you know? But it's, yeah, interesting, I don't know. I mean, our connection was so convoluted. There's just so much, woven detail that it just, like, it's so weird. We don't think consciously. So I will share this, before. So I didn't know, like, what twin flames were. 404 here, yeah. And that's the number that I would see all over, like, in the beginning of meeting the catalyst. Maybe this is helpful for someone. Like, I usually don't talk about my private stuff, so this is a time where it's very rare, and apparently we need to talk about this. So 11% as well. So, like, before I started this whole cycle, right? I was really big on Insta. Like, I loved Instagram. I was always on there, and I would post a lot of photography. And it's freaking weird because I feel like half of the stuff before I ever met this guy, I was posting pictures that ended up adding up to something. It's like it's like a freaking, like, little mini conspiracy theory. Like, because, okay, so for example, so my sister, the school that she went to, which is in DC, and it's freaking weird. Oh my God, I want to say so much about this because even her choosing colleges, oh my God, like, there's so many little weird it's cryptic. It's this cryptic details. Like, there's this guy who's, like, really into astrology who my parents met, and, like, he just happened to, like, get close to my family right around the time that my sister was going to apply to schools, and then he recommended for her to apply to this one school that he actually went to. and she got in, and then she was deciding between, you know, certain schools, like to either stay more on one coast or the other coast, and so she ended up choosing this school. Return it. This guy was really creepy though. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like he's really creepy. And I would never want to like ever like have eye contact with this man, and with this person, and he pointed that out. Like, he was really into like energy work. Anyway, so one time I remember, like, well, so he pointed it out. He was like, Natalie doesn't like me. Like, she doesn't look at me, and she doesn't feel comfortable with my energy. And I was like, I'm not about to refute that. Like, he is very creepy. Anyways, yeah. But anyways, like so many things. Like, he had a porn video popped up when my mom walked in his apartment for a meeting. I don't know, just, and then he was like kind of getting weird with my sister. He was like giving weird compliments, and he wanted to go out to lunch with her. It's really bizarre. And then his wife was like always dressing like practically in a bikini walking around. Like, something was off about this guy. Anyways, well, off about this energy, you know, this like environment, this dynamic, and like he was very touchy with her as well, like in front of other people. It's giving me P. Diddy, like a pedophile. Anyway, so this guy, one day I remember he came to our family house, and he was like, he looked at me and he was like, I remember you from a past life. And I didn't want to even have any conversation. That's how I am. It's either like really like engage with you, or like I don't want to even look in your eyes. So like I don't even want to, how do we say, like I don't even want to like I don't want to even open that door. So I don't want to open the door with this man. But anyways, he looked at me and my sister. He said, if you go to DC, like you won't want to leave. And he looked at me and my sister. He said, you guys stay together. Anyways, so he told her, apply to the school. Supposedly he's like a brainiac genius type. He was a Gemini. Anyways, just return it. He was really into astrology and stuff. But I got the ick from him. And then she ended up going to the school. Now, I was staying with with my sister. I was actually supposed to be in New York. Now, sorry, I feel like there's a lot of boring detail. But she was going to school here, and I was going to start that fashion app. Remember, I used to live in New York, right? Moved from New York back home to start the app, and then came back to kind of like the East Coast to get funding for this app. I was right in the middle of all of that, and I was like, well, why don't I just chill with my sister and spend time with her, / like also attend investment meetings in DC, which I did. And it was so freaking random that I met this guy on Instagram. Now, the Catalyst twin, I mean, right? Cleared on the back. And right before I met him, I started meeting all of these Scorpios. It was so weird. And he's a Scorpio. Anyways. So then, like, my first picture, well, the picture that I took right before I met this guy on Instagram was of a big window. It was inside of her school. Yeah, because she was, like, at school. So I took a picture of a little potted plant in a window. And it was, like, half open, and there were, like, grids. And there was a big luscious tree outside. Those of you from DC, you know, like, how beautiful DC can get during the seasons. So the contrast was really beautiful, like the dark window pane to the Anyway, so oh, what caption did I have on that picture? It was sometimes all you need is a window to peek through at all the magic that life holds, something like that. And it was interesting because it was a little potted plant and the contrast. I didn't really register it, but like, anyways, it was like half open, the window. I remember that though. And it was like symmetrical to the point where there was no pane in the bottom, and then and that's where you could see the tree. At least more clearly. And then, like, after I met him, I was not, like, thinking about that picture at all. I mean, I was not, like, it was channeling. Like, now looking back, I'm like, this is, like, channeling, right? Because then I posted another picture of another window that was the exact mirror of that picture. And it was like not one window though, this time it was two. And they're exactly mirrored. And then I wrote some, I don't remember the caption on them. Oh, I think it was like, I don't remember anyways. But the point is like, oh yeah, it was some kind of vibe like, oh, I think the title was like, the stars have aligned or something like that. I don't know. It was something though that really spoke of like mirroring or like, but I didn't realize until, oh, I think it was recently I was looking through pictures. I'm like, wait a second, that's like weird. I mean, we're in Alfredo's. I don't know. I was like, wait, that's an exact mirror of the first picture I posted before I met him. That's really, really strange. Anyways, and then in the windowsill, though, of that picture was a book that was propped up. And it was something like, I think it's Macabre. Macabre. I don't know. It's some book. And again, I didn't even like notice the book or anything. Like, I was just taking these pictures like more, it was channeling, but like visually. You know, I was like, oh, this is interesting, looks cool. But then looking back, I'm like, no, like, that's a message. Like, because that book, Macabre or something like that. And that's something with music, because my sister studied music in school. She's like big into music. I was like, Tosh, what is that book? Do you know what that is? And she was like, oh, that's something. It's like a play or something. And like, then I mean, this happened, like, there was so much mirroring. Then it wasn't until yesterday that I watched this pick a card, which again is talking about like how we're saying like how this is still unfolding. Like, I mean, I met him in like 2016, I think it was. So it's been some minutes, you know, that's like 8 years. So this reader, like, I don't read on him like anymore recently, especially. Like, it's less of that, like spirit kind of closed that portal down. Like, it's not so much about that anymore. Like, it's, though sometimes apparently there are messages, and as I say, like, I still feel his energy and these download, like, to this day. And yesterday, I think it was the other day, spirit was like, you need to like read on him again through some pick a card. It was like a random thing that popped up. I was like, really? So, okay. Because I don't really want to like open it up, you know? It's like, if we're not talking, like, why should we? It's frustrating. I mean, I'm sure many of you understand, like, you know, I don't want to open up cords. Like, you know, it takes energy, it takes time, and all of that. So it's like, if we're not talking, like, let's just kind of keep it clear, because I don't want to manifest a 5D connection, because that can be very, very, especially, yeah, I mean, you know, you kind of can really pull in a lot of energies that this person is harboring. And so, yeah, my preference is not to like get kind of too curious, but then this video pops up and I'm like, okay, because it popped up and the signs were very clear. Like there was no way that I would pretend that I wasn't meant to watch that, especially that stack. So I click on it. Like there was a clear message with that stack. How do you say? The minute I saw it, like for myself, if I'm watching a pick a card, if it's really meant for me to watch it, I'll get the number immediately. Sometimes, you know, I'm like, oh, maybe it's not meant for me to watch it. I'm not really getting a clear read, like in this read. But this time with this person, this read I needed to watch. Like this reading was like very clear. So I kind of like couldn't be like, I don't want to watch this. I don't know. It's a specific thing Spirit maybe wants to explain here. But like there was no way that I could like deny it. Okay, basically, and I felt that it was Spirit who, it was really, it wasn't like more of this like projected manipulative energy. It was like Spirit, meaning like of a shadow energy. It was like, you need to know this. So I click on it and I'm like, really? Okay, so what's up? Then this lady spells like my full name on a letter tile with his full name on a letter tile side by side. And I'm like, oh my God, okay, what's up? You know, like, so just return it. And so, and yeah, I mean, there are like, yeah, clear, exactly. You can't destroy energy. Like, you can't destroy it. And that's where, like, I've been very understanding. I feel like I have really listened and I've really been very patient. But that's part of this twin flame journey, like whatever you want to call it. Like I call him catalytic because he was extremely catalytic, but he emulates all of the experiences of a twin flame. Maybe he's had a soul shift, you know? Maybe, you know, because there's still karma. I mean, it's, yeah. So maybe my soul decided, like, maybe I've decided I want to be with animals instead, you know? Like, maybe I don't want to be with, who knows, you know? So that's where, like, I've kept an open mind, but I've still been, I haven't, like, the thing about this catalyst is I've never been able to find so-called closure with, like, pain or, like, with, like, screw you, you know? Or like you know? Like, I remember in the beginning of the connection, there was a moment where I was, like, really extremely triggered. And I wanted to just, like, fucking call him out and be like, da-da-da-da, you know? But something, like, within me, I just could never do that. And to think that every time, you know, that I would, let's say, bump into him, the higher self doesn't want this 3D fake, like, perceived closure. This doesn't mean anything to the higher self. Like, my ego is like, because if you can imagine, like, the circumstance, in many ways, like, I was very triggered by this person's behavior. But, like, amidst all of that, we still didn't have, like, a proper closure moment. I really think either one of us. Like, you can't say that you have closure if you don't acknowledge the closure. So, yeah, like, this person and I, it's almost like we've danced around each other. Like, imagine, like, someone who you have that crazy, like, psychic connection, and yeah, like, your minds, like, I feel like we're very similar in many ways, like, psychologically, maybe. Like I can understand, but I feel it's psychic. But anyways, like how do we say? Like I understand his mind, and I feel like there's some kind of connection there with that. I think of all the people that probably I've ever met, I have a very strong, like, you feel you can really read their mind. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. It's like, the more familiar. It feels familiar. Probably a lot of past lives. Return it. But basically, like for why it is that we would understand, like it's kind of like a language that you jump into the connection, you just already know how to talk to this person, like you understand them, you read each other's mind, and that was happening a lot as well, in addition to all this other stuff. But the psychic connection was super strong. And imagine that, like, with an awakening, how intense that was. And then you're not talking, and then you see them, and it's like, of all things, you don't have closure. So it's like something is being, like, stretched out. I feel like this is a connection where I never wanted that artificial closure badly enough, where I would sabotage whatever it is, whatever it truly is. Like, if we're not ready to have that closure and talk, okay, like, that apparently is more important, it is, than fake closure. Because I've had the chance many times. I mean, I could have literally walked up to him and been like, hey, what the fuck is going on? But I never, it was like there's this unspoken, like, rule, in a way. I do think between both of us, yeah, returning the throat chakra, like, returning the crown, like, because in some ways now, after all this time, I'm like, if I had that so-called closure, I mean, like, I probably would not have even started this channel. So there are priorities that we have, I guess, in the higher mind. And I mean, this relationship definitely did not speak to, in many ways, my ego, like, to just sort of coddle it. And like, and sometimes I wonder, what is so-called better, having that fake closure and like mulling over that, like kind of like how I had with the Capricorn in some ways. But yeah, honestly, after you transcend, it doesn't really, it's not bothersome. Closure means something entirely different. After you transcend, why you think you need the closure, that's not to say that I'm not a little confused still. I am still like, okay, there's still more to this, but it's definitely guided. So whatever it's meant to be, yeah. Whoever did read on me and this person, like, I wanted to say, like, this lady from last night's pick a card, like, she brought something up. I looked into it. There's this singer. I went down this so-called rabbit hole that led me to this singer, this Italian singer. His name was Eric Caruso, and he's Italian. He was from Naples. Anyways, when his picture popped up, I was like, oh my frog, that looks like him. His eyes, it looks so similar. I think that was probably him in a past life. Because there's so many overlaps, like, so many overlaps. Also, like, yeah, just so many little details. I'll preserve the privacy of it, but yeah, so many little clues, like, even just in the picture, and like so many things that I was literally thinking when I saw that. I was like, man, I kind of want to just like be like, hey, did you see this guy's picture. I feel like that's you. But yeah, then I was like, okay, let's get back to the 3D now. Yeah. But yeah, maybe he probably has gotten that download about that, because I feel like that's exactly him. Like, if he were to even like look into his content, he probably would feel very connected to him. Anywho, Catalyst Twin, if you're watching, you should go check Eric Caruso out. So yeah. But yeah, I still don't have like really clear past life visions to answer. Was it Tabitha who asked? Yeah, I don't know. Like, I haven't gotten like the full subset of downloads, but I have gotten some. There was definitely ancient Egypt. I feel like I'm going on and on. The time that I did the charcoal reading, my very first charcoal reading, I got there was a geisha sword fighting. There was yeah, a lot of, oh right, the painting of, what are their names? Is it Queen Nefertiti and the Ra? Where they're holding that child between them and they're sitting, because I saw her hat and I was like, that's something like Egyptian. And then I saw there was more to that to the image that was drawn out with the charcoal. I was like, what is this? And then I just searched because I wanted to see Egyptian, whatever it is, right? Symbols. And then I saw this cave dwelling drawing pop up, which was an ancient relic artifact of spitting image of what I literally, no pun intended, just spit out of the charcoal. That was crazy. Wow. So yeah, I mean, you know, who knows what, I guess when I meant to have more discernment of a past life, you know. Other people have read our past life though, like in the read, and they were like, oh my god, I think you have a lot of past lives. This reader who read on me in general, she said that I had like 66 past lives or something. She said that I was she said the highest she's ever read on was like 71 and the lowest was like 6, and she said I was like 66. And she was like, you have a lot of past lives. Yeah, so but yeah, if anybody has any downloads, it's always interesting to hear. I remember Austin, I'll never forget when Austin, he said I was gonna like, I don't know, man. He said it was something about oh yeah, he said you're gonna have a child. He said that before, and I was like, I'm feeling I'm gonna be pregnant too. Like, what is this energy? And then I had Isaac, Alex, and Jade. The pepperonis. Return center clear. Throw shot of the pups. Did you see it? Yeah, sometimes I have these visions, like now, looking now from the perspective of today, like I realize that's probably ancient Egypt, because when I was young, I would always have this sudden wave of like a nostalgia for a land that I've never visited. But it was a very clear vision, and it was something in the desert, and I saw this like mud-looking hut. It was very specific though. Like I could almost draw out the whole, like I could almost draw out the house. And then recently I was watching some kind of like reanimation of like ancient Egypt and the Oracle of Delphi, which I know a lot of people have mentioned that they see that as a past life of mine. Many people have told me that, which is interesting. I find that interesting. Like in the earlier part of the channel, like a few people and up until today, it's very interesting. A lot of multiple people, like, with conviction have said that. Yeah, it's interesting. But basically, this recreation video literally shows this, like, structural building, and I'm like, holy shit, that's, like, this place I always imagine. So it probably is, like, ancient Egypt. Yeah, I'm sure you are, Mimi. I wonder, like, we all probably have, like, I think we all have here, like, a really major timeline together here. Probably, I know I feel like a really strong timeline with a lot of y'all in Salem and then Egypt. It's interesting. Oh, in the dream I had where I was falling through the pyramid? Yeah. And then the Spanish conquest. Oh my god. Oh no, what did Amber say? Wait, what? Amber says, hi, just tuning in. I mentioned earlier that I saw you in my dream a week ago with a bunch of other women working together. Oh, wow. I went to my dream journal to see what else it said, and it said, we went to Egypt, but I'm the future. Oh, in the future, you said? Oh, like that I would be in Egypt in the future? Like in this lifetime, you mean? Because I was just recently looking at my astrocartography. And I was like looking at a few of my lines, and I was like, damn, like Egypt may not be like too. I was like, Egypt may not, because I got my Midheaven with Neptune there. I have a few lines going like, I got Pluto, I got Neptune, I got Midheaven. I think I've got a node. I think it's a south node that runs through, it goes almost exactly through the Luxor. I think it's a past life, but then I'm like, some of those angles are a little bit, I don't know, like a little bit freaky. Like I personally wouldn't want, I think I have Chiron as well going through there. But then it's like the Midheaven with Neptune, like given what I'm doing in this lifetime right now, it's like that shit would be, can you imagine? I feel like the crown chakra would just be like lit. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, I don't know, like something going on with Greece. Every time I try to go to Greece, something pops up. It's like Spirit doesn't want me going to Greece or something for now. Return it, or I don't know, y'all. I've never been to Greece. Spent a lot of time in Italy. A lot of time. Lived there, worked there. Briefly, yeah, Paris is nothing really. Well, I just return it. I think I did also have a past life, but yeah, one time I had a dream in Paris. Oh my god, and I think it was with this catalyst. We were both super fucking sexy. I'm serious. I was with my grandmother. We were walking down a little alley, a cobblestone alley. I was looking super sexy, and so was he, but we were strangers to each other. And he had like blonde hair. His vibe in the dream was like very magnetic. Anyways, I think it could have possibly actually been in Spain, but I think it was Paris. But there was like a Latino vibe. Anyway, so it was also like a medieval vibe, because then we were looking at each other in this alley. But then, then fast forward to another scene in that dream, and I was living by candlelight in this little like hut apartment with my sister. And we were like huddling in this apartment and like talking on the bed. Anyways, it's interesting. The Silk Road. I know that I have a lot of history on the Silk Road. I never been to like Sevilla, Spain, but I feel like if I did visit, I probably wouldn't ever return. I think I'd just stay there. I just feel it. Like I would feel like I would just freaking love that place. Yeah. I feel like, and I said this in the short, like I feel like I'm currently on my Spain timeline. Like suddenly everything like was from Spain. Spain is like all around now. So, return it. I have visited Spain. I'll be honest, like, I mean, I really liked it, but I felt like some strange sad energy in Spain. I couldn't like put my finger on it. That in Portugal, there was like a sad energy. I don't know. I felt much more like at home in Italy, personally. But yeah. I felt kind of like this depressing energy in Portugal. For some reason, it was like creepy or return in the sacral. It was like sad. But yeah. I'm here in Habibi. Interesting. But yeah, I did have a dream that I was in like, oh, and then I think I have a major past life in Ireland. A past life in London. I never been to London, but I feel like I would have a really strong connection to that city too. Like I always was really, yeah. But I never been there either. Japan. I lived there for like 3 months. Didn't want to leave. Korea. Oh my God. I had such a strong connection to Korea. Like in my high school years, like I always felt really connected to Korea. I wanted to like open up a cafe in Korea. Like when I was in high school, I drew up this whole little plan. I wanted to like start a little cafe in South Korea. Like a little coffee shop. And then I visited Korea, and like when I got on the train to go into the main part of the city, I started having all these downloads about history, the names of these like ancient rulers, and like I was like, oh my God, I was like extremely jet lagged. And that was the first thing that started happening when I got on the train at like 5 a.m. was like I felt like I was listening to Wikipedia on red. So that was fascinating. Anyways, guys, I feel like I'm really talking a lot. It's 4:40. Okay, every time I look at the clock, it's like a divine number on 4:4. 104, 40, so I guess we gotta just keep talking. Clear and throat chakra. So yeah, and I just felt very connected to Korea. I absolutely adored Korea. But yeah, I almost missed my flight out of Korea because I was just like having a ball with everything there, like the stores and the stimulation and all the vibe, the streets, you know, the nature was beautiful. Yeah. Anyways, then China. I met this girl in this hostel in Japan and in Okinawa. And the whole story with that was crazy because I visited Japan, like with my family, And it was like, I was like, no way. This is way too short of a trip. I was like, you guys, I don't want to leave. We all left back home together to LA. And I was like, I gotta go back to Japan. So like a month later, got a ticket, went on my own, all on my own to Japan. I went all the way back. I was like, okay, I need a little more time here. That wasn't enough. So I was in Japan for like a year. I was in Japan for like as long as my passport would allow me, basically. And I spent some time in Tokyo. I spent most of my time though in Okinawa, and then that's when I just briefly visited Korea. And that vacation was just way too short. I really could have done, gosh, so long in Korea. But yeah, I wasn't hot about the air quality there though. So and honestly, I felt kind of ostracized there. Like I couldn't speak the language, and everyone was kind of, there was a very cliquish energy. Like I felt like they weren't really, like tourists are not very appealing to Koreans. I feel like they weren't really like, ooh, cool. You know, Japanese, they find you very interesting, and like, for some reason, everyone would look at me as like a freaking celebrity in the airport. I don't know, because maybe I look very different or something. Really, like people say this, American tourists, they say this, that happens in Japan. And I saw that to be true. Like in the airport, everyone was like staring and stopping and staring. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, and that was with my family actually. They were like, even my sister, she was like, everyone is staring at you. Did you notice? Yeah, what's going on? So anyways, but yeah, in Korea, they give you a different kind of look. It's like, if you look indifferent, it's like it's not really cool. That's what I felt, at least, and this was like back a few years ago. But yeah, I just loved it. I think I would still maybe even tolerate it, because it's just so fun and cool. And like I did meet some really nice people, like really kind people, and like you can get the best latte I've ever had was in Korea. Some of the cutest cafes and coffee shops were in Korea. Yeah, but and then what was I gonna say? Hawaii also, yeah, Hawaii. I visited Hawaii on the way for the first time, and that was where we did the COVID channeling, and that I was there for like a month. But see, like Hawaii, and I don't know at this point who am I talking to? I feel like I'm just talking. I just I'm on the train. I don't know. Okay, so. Oh my god, I'm having flashbacks. Like, what's this transit? What transit can we blame this on? Hurry. I'm feeling crazy. I'm feeling like yeah, but anyway, so I remember, yeah, I was hopping between these hostels. Oh right, the story, right, with the hostel in Japan, Okinawa. This girl who was sitting across from me, she had she was in the opposing bunk. She was like, she was trying to get me to go to China. After all of this, I was like, oh god, I'm already like here all alone. I was only planning on being in Okinawa, and I'm already returning in Okinawa, like, because another part of Okinawa, I actually traveled outside of where I visited originally with my family. There was also kind of like okay, so the point is that, yeah, then she was like, return threshold, she was like, you have to go to China. She was like the China representative. And she wouldn't stop talking about this. She was like, I just think you're going to really like it. I was like, oh my god, okay, sounds like a clear return. So I do, yeah, and I know I do have a connection to China in a past life thing, for sure. There's a whole thing going on with that. Related to Isaac and my grandfather. I feel like I have a few past lives with Isaac. Like, I see me and Isaac in China. I see us in New York. I see us in Salem. For sure, I see me and Isaac in Italy, Spain, France, UK. I think me and Isaac, we have a lot of past lives together. So, hey, you know, at least in my mind, Tabitha's like, sounds like you're preparing to go traveling now. Yeah, in my mind, yeah. We're on the flight right now in my mind. I don't know. I don't know how in the hell. I don't know how. Because, yeah, I don't understand. I can't imagine, yeah, like, traveling now. I just feel like so many of the signs are saying, like, nope, 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 nope. But then I feel, on the other hand, like I'm getting all these luggages, and like I'm feeling wanderlust, and I don't know. Mimi rewarding. Oh my goodness. I actually looked into like alternate modes of transport that would be easy with like Isaac, Alex, or Jade, theoretically. I did consider moving to Catania, which is where I used to live in Italy. But yeah, I don't know how we would even get there. I think that's like the big thing. Like how, I don't know. Like a cruise or something. Do they even make a cruise like between the US and Italy? I mean, they would have to. That would be like the route of what is it called? Shoot, y'all, I haven't even like traveled like outside of DC for like a really long time. Oh my god, I feel like I need a freaking yardstick. I have a back itch that I can't reach. Sag Moon, yeah. Like I literally like I can't even go to New York. Like, and that's like very close. Which, you know, I'm just like going with spirit. Like, I guess they don't want me traveling, you know? Strap that Sag Moon down, because like honestly, otherwise I would be traveling probably all the time. Because before I got Isaac, Alex, and Jade, I was like about to even possibly invest abroad. Like, I was really considering maybe I just have like another place and like spend half the time in the US and then just spend the other time, like spend half my time in DC and then half my time in another country. But yeah, no, that didn't happen. Yeah. My North Node is in my 3rd house. Not my 9th, which is interesting. My South Node's in my 9th house. And 9th house rules long distance travel, which I did a lot of, you know. I did a lot of that, but especially my earlier years, like, but yeah, now I don't know, like it's interesting because now I do a lot of short-term travel. Like, you guys see me all the time. I'm doing like short-term little trips in DC like all the time. I'm always like walking and like moving around in little bits, but I haven't done any long-term travel. But I have my Saturn line here running through DC, and so that's my North Node sign, Capricorn, and that is in my 3rd house. So 3rd house and Gemini rules short-term travel and trips in your local community. So who knows, you know, maybe this is more my path in some ways for now. Like, I'm definitely getting more grounded in DC on my Saturn line. Any of you guys are familiar with your Saturn line? Like, have you lived on your Saturn line? And the interesting thing is I have my Jupiter, which is opposite of Saturn. Literally opposite of my Saturn in my chart. Jupiter, right? Being like totally different from Saturn. Expansive, contract. So in my 9th house, I have my Jupiter and my South Node in the sign of Leo in my 9th house. And my Chiron. Clear it in the sorry, no. My South Node is not in Leo. My South Node is in Cancer in my 9th house. I said Leo. My Jupiter's in Leo. My Jupiter's in Leo in the 9th house. They're all in the 9th house, though. Chiron and South Node, both in Cancer in the 9th house with Jupiter. That's all return it. There's like a diamond in my chart with the odds, and it's like a kite. And so they're all my return in the. I see a big library book here. I have a big you know, I'll be quite honest. I go through these major phases in life, like where I'll all of a sudden be traveling a lot, and then I won't be traveling at all, and then I'm going through this other phase, like as a Scorpio rising as well. So who knows, you know? Like right now I'm like in that phase. But I wonder, my North Node, I have a stellium in my third, like 3 generational planets conjuncting my North Node in the sign of Capricorn. So Capricorn stellium, and the thing is that DC has really been, like, in many ways I was like, oh, what am I doing in DC? Like, honestly, the first time I visited DC, I hated it. Like, I visited before my sister went to school here because I applied to some colleges here. I was just checking out the city, and I'm like, I don't like the city. Like, I'm not into politics. I don't know. I never clicked with it. I adored Boston, though. So, yeah. And that's where I ended up going to school, in Boston. But this, DC, I was never, like, it wasn't fun. You know, I didn't think of it as fun, which makes sense. It's my Saturn line with, I think, my moon. Yeah. And absolutely, I have attained some serious emotional maturity here. I've gone through a lot of lessons when it comes to the moon, when it comes to Saturn. The first time that I ever really lived on my own, learned to not just survive, but, you know, learning how to really be on your own and not fall apart. Like, that's Saturn. I mean, that's independence. So I'm really working on that here. Yeah. And that's my North Node, so I have to work on that. So in some ways I'm like, it feels like the right thing to do, you know? It feels like the thing I need to be doing, but in some ways it feels very like, with the Jupiter up in the 9th, like, kind of like, maybe sometimes boring. Right, good memory, Mimi. Yeah, Saturn is in Aquarius for me. And then I have Uranus in Saturn in Capricorn, Saturn in Aquarius, right? And then Uranus in Capricorn, the ancient ruler, with Neptune and the North Node, yeah, in the 3rd house. But then it's like, the thing I still have yet to understand why I'm getting all these luggages. It's really interesting. Like, maybe just to have the energy. Like, they say that for your locational astrology, you don't have to travel to that place to work with the energy. You can also, like, have paraphernalia that resembles things of that culture. Like, you know, it's interesting. My Chiron is in Cancer. Yeah, I misspoke. I only have Jupiter in the Midheaven and Leo. My Chiron, yeah. I have a few great water trines. Which makes sense, you know, it's not surprising. See some dark energy here, clear it. Oh yeah, and then the Starseed reader. She said that there was a connection. Oh, she told me to read this book. I never ended up reading it. But yeah, it's about Mary Magdalene, and she said that I have like a mission related to her, Mary Magdalene, and she said that I should read that book, that I would probably really like it and find a connection to it, but I never read it. I'm sorry. to that lady. I never read the book. I've been actually intending to, but I never read it yet. Maybe it's just not the time. But yeah, Mary Magdalene keeps coming up like in his references. But yeah, I usually don't have patience for books. Either I have a lot of patience or I don't have any patience at all for the book. Like, either I just read the cover, and it's actually quite often that I choose the book by the cover. I'll be honest, like, I'm like, the book cover is so pretty, or it looks really nice, like, the material of the cover is nice. I swear, like, sometimes I buy books based on that, and then I don't like the book. I just go through maybe the first page, and then I put it down, and I don't ever open it again. But if I like the book, yeah, I finished the whole series in like a day. So it's interesting. I don't know, I'm literally talking so much about myself today. Interesting, Alicia. Yeah, she said, because my grand water trine connects to South Node in Cancer. And then I have another one with Bright My Chiron, both in Cancer, which is like divine feminine energy. The mother, she said that it's about divine feminine. She said she didn't really know what constellations I come from. She said, I don't know really exactly. I can't say, but you do have Pleiadian connection. And I've known that because I have had downloads about that. A lot of confirmation on that. But yeah. One time, yeah, I got the, yeah, so, but then she said that you're also very proficient with crystals. Excuse me. And I was like, yeah, I love crystals. I actually used to work with crystals like all the time, and then now it's a phase thing. Like, now I'm not really, I don't own almost any. I felt like I needed to just get rid of all my crystals. Like, I had a lot of crystals. You guys remember in the beginning of the channel? Yeah, I always used to work with the crystals. And then I started to like phase them out, and I felt like I needed to give them back to the earth. And so, yeah, that's what I did with my crystals. But then, yeah, I kind of feel like I want to get, I don't know. But I do feel like I can work with crystals, and so she said, yeah, I see a history of that with you. And then, you can work with the divine feminine. When she had no idea what I do. At that point, I was already I was doing tarot and stuff, and so it was interesting, like, to hear her say that stuff, because she technically, like, didn't know really anything about me. So, yeah. But, yeah, she gave me the name of this book. She said it was about, she said it's not, like, religious. It's, like, there's a different side of, like, Mary Magdalene and Jesus. So she said, you think that you should read that. So maybe I should. Maybe I should go back and read that. But yeah, if you guys have any downloads, again, that's very interesting. I know Alicia has recollections of the past lives, right? Alicia, I think that you were definitely, what was it, Salem? What your past lives you remember in Salem? Right, the Lemurian connection, right. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I have these dreams of like even when I was very, very, very young, like I had this dream that I'll never forget. I was in this like castle in the clouds. It was like a real place. It was like in the dream it wasn't just like fantastical, it was like a real legit place where, how do we say, like a futuristic place where the castle shot up into the clouds so high. It was towering. It was like a tower. And then it had this medieval spooky vibe to it a little bit. And I remember there were like surrounding sort of like these surrounding these buildings around, and like I remember I was looking out of the tower and like there was something going on. It was kind of pandemonium around. Yeah. Oh, and then it was real weird because I started to have all these downloads in my dreams about Dubai. All of a sudden I felt this super strong connection to Dubai. Never been to Dubai. Oh my god, it's reminding me of the Chicago phase too. Remember that? Where all of a sudden everything was reminding me of Chicago, and I almost moved to Chicago, and then I met that lady. I was drawn to her channel, and then I was like, I wonder where this lady lives, because I started having visions of her in some city, and I didn't know, but I was like, I feel like I would love that freaking city wherever she's at. Return the car, and then I found out she lives in Chicago. I've been to Chicago briefly, and I really, really liked it. But yeah, didn't move there. Then what else? Return to Santa Clara, down the back. Clara. Yeah, oh right. Dubai. I had this dream that I was like teaching these kids to surf in like this pool. It looked like a coliseum, but it was in water, and I was like I was doing surfing lessons. Oh, I had multiple dreams actually of surfing or teaching surfing. It was really interesting. Anyway. All right, guys. Love y'all. This was really fun. I don't want to be like holding you guys a castle. Oh, what is that? Les Miserables. Is that a movie? Wow. And then that guy, that Halloween day, I feel like there's still so many little pockets. Salem, I feel like there's maybe still something with Salem. I don't know. Oh boy, I have to figure something out. Remember the squirrel in the crown? Thanks, guys. Clear a sacral root when YouTube cut Aries read. Wait, which one is that, Tabitha? Tabitha said, when YouTube cut Aries read. Oh, it says, feels like that sleepover party night in the crown. YouTube cut the Aries read. Feel free to comment the link. I wonder which one that is. But that's Salem one. That's Salem download. I think, Alicia, you were there with the squirrel. He felt guilty and he wanted to connect the twin flames. He did a sacrifice. Oh my god. That sounds like... Because do you remember, like, I told the story of how I went to go see my grandfather with Isaac. 5:05 on the clock right there. And I knew that was like the last time I was gonna see him, and like We were holding hands. And then that was the first time I went to Salem right after that day. That was the night that Alexander was born. That was the night before Halloween. And that was the night that me and Isaac, we went alone together from Chinatown, New York to Boston. And I kept saying, I want to go to Salem, I want to go to Salem. For like months, years really. And I didn't go until that day. Something about that. Yeah. I gotta find that Astro chat. It was chock full of clues, and it literally described like so much of what happened between me and Isaac, because it was describing somebody on a train, and that's what happened. I took a train into Salem, and then me and Isaac, we got off the train. Actually, we took a bus. We took a car. But then, yeah, like some of my family, they followed us to Salem, and they took the train, and it was talking about the reptilians. Anyways, it's a whole thing. And it was like, you have to go into that apothecary with the bracelet with the letters. Oh my fuck. Okay, that's like a clue for me right now. Yeah, because my sister, she made a bracelet for me with the letters. And actually, so this is, oh my God. Okay. So that trip, my sister wasn't there. I was returning. Yeah, I was just with my mom and my dad. Well, I was with Isaac. Very recently, I was with my mom and my dad when we got the news that my grandfather had passed. My sister was gonna be on that trip, but then she didn't join us. And then, clear the energy, return to center. Then, it was a weird circumstance. Supposedly. Then, just recently, my sister visited me. Well, no, wait. My mom and dad, when they came to visit me, the time he passed, because my mom and dad, they visited me, and my grandfather passed the day they left. My mom brought with her a gift my sister made, which was a bracelet with charms, letter charms on it. And I was kind of like, we were sort of arguing at this time, because I was really hurt that she didn't come, because it's a long story, but basically it wasn't meant to be that she wasn't meant to come. And it was a whole series of, like, the point is that we got into like this huge misunderstanding argument. I know this is TMI, but this is a message. Like, because now I'm understanding that Salem read. Because remember I said, like, the little letters of the beads on the necklace? And then we said you can't do without any one of them. You wanted to discard one of the letters, but you can't. You can't throw away any of the letters. They all have a meaning. Remember that? Wait, I don't even remember what it says on that bracelet, because I haven't opened it. Oh my God. Wait. Oh my God, I have to go to the bathroom as well. Where is Isaac? Hi, Isaac. What are you doing in there, Angel? Oh my gosh. Y'all. Hold up. Well, is this a different one? Oh my God, it's a long story. So, yeah, and there's a little charm with with Isaac on it, more or less. And there's a vial of sand. She made me this little bracelet. But I think she made me she made me a keychain or something like that with letters on it. It's a bracelet, I think. Yeah, wait. I think it's like somewhere over here. Well, either way, y'all. I have to use the restroom really quickly. Can you give me a second? Guys, like, this is so weird. This clue. Because do you remember that read with the Salem and the squirrel? It was the squirrel or something? Like, someone felt bad in that read because he separated them. And my sister gave that bracelet to my parents to bring to me when they visited me, and she was supposed to be on that trip, but she wasn't. She was supposed to be on that trip, but then she wasn't. And the whole thing about Isaac is that, well, it was supposed to be that way, I think. I still to this day don't understand really. I have to really. I need. I don't click it. I have to watch that one Astro download. That was around the time member Marty would always comment. The squirrel. That Astro chat, I was laying back and like sleeping in the bed. I think it started as like an Astro chat and then it ended with the lights off and I was like, it was pitch black. Wow. And my sister, you know how Isaac, Alex, and Jade, they're the twin flame coaches? My sister gave me each of those plushies, yeah. Remember those dolls? Yeah. It's like all connected. This is something very complicated. But yeah, we will. Is it true, Booby? It's complicated, all right. Now get to bed. No, I'm kind of tired, honey. Let's go to bed. All right, Alex. Aw. Yes, it was. Yeah. Right? I felt like we found it again, and then I don't know what happened. Like. Because, yeah, I haven't seen that ever since all this went down. I think I haven't seen that ever since, yeah, like, well, I think I even found it, and then I couldn't watch it. Like, Spirit wasn't letting me watch it for some reason. Like, it wasn't time, I guess. I wasn't allowed to watch it yet, or something like that, and then, yeah. Just clear. Right? Right, Alicia? Like, oh my god, because I remember in the moment I'm like, who is this squirrel? And then the crazy thing is when I got Isaac has the same birthday as my grandfather. Isaac. When I took him out for his first walk in the grass, the first person who came up to us and like said something, he goes, "Is that a squirrel?" I was like, yeah, apparently. Remember in the read, there was a woman, Kelly, who has since like disappeared from the channel. She used to always come into the chats. No problem, but yeah, she always used to be in the chats like really, really heavily. And it was like she was typing something. I remember she was saying, "I'll never forget what he did to me." And like we were talking about something being buried. It was like a black magic. Yep. And remember, yeah, and I remember she was getting really into that download. She was like, I remember the Spain dude, the dude from Spain, who we thought someone said maybe he's gay in the read. And there was like a treasure chest in the apothecary. And it was like, you guys need to go here together. I don't know, if maybe it was just when me and Isaac, we went together. Like, we did go together. And we wanted to be alone. Like, I felt like everyone was, like, following us. It was one of those moments, like, everything was happening. My grandfather was soul shifting. It was very intense, that trip. That was where, yeah, I was crying in the Astro, in the car. And then I wanted to experience Salem with Isaac, and it was very emotional. And we were like having, yeah, return. And then like my family actually ended up coming into Salem, but then Isaac and I, we spent the time alone. And then we actually never hung out with my family in Salem, which was crazy. Like, I think my spirit guides didn't want us interacting while I was in Salem, which was really interesting. It was very specific, like, we were in the same city at the same time, but we never saw each other there. It was funny because they didn't really care for it much, but then, like, they actually had a weird experience, they said, even. Like, there was some crazy dude on the train while they were on their way there. Anyway, so maybe that was a reptilian. I'm not sure. But the point is, I don't know. Because, yeah. Isaac and I, though. Yeah, well, they said the reptilians were coming from DC. It was the dude we said he worked in the library. Now, the crazy thing is, do we remember Sir Isaac Newton? Like, for real. Sir Isaac Newton. And the crazy thing is, Isaac, when I first got him, like, in the first week, and then I got Alex, Isaac would search stuff on YouTube by typing on the keyboard, and he would literally start playing videos for me. Like, if you think I'm joking, I'm not joking. Isaac does that a lot. He talks to me through the keyboard. But anyways, I'll never clear the crown chakra. The first time that Alex and him were hanging out, they were just kind of like, and then Isaac started typing on the keyboard, and he types something, and this video pops up all about the history, talking all about the history of Sir Isaac Newton. It was like a biography. And I was like, oh my God, that's hilarious. It's almost as if like Isaac is trying to like introduce himself to Alex or something. It was so freaking hilarious. Like, and I think it was even in like first person. It was all spoken out like in first person. Like, Hi, my name is Sir Isaac Newton. If you haven't heard about me, it was just so fucking hilarious, because, like, the first time that they're hanging out, and then this autobiography is popping up, anyways. It was a flex. And then I was like, oh my goodness. So anyways, but Sir Isaac Newton, he had a dog who, like, purportedly burned down his whole chalet of, like, works in his scribes and all this historical documents and everything, and, like, but he loved his dog dearly. His dog's name, I think, was Diamond. Anyways, I thought that was very interesting. Oh, and then I had this, oh my god, we're just going on and on. All right, so yeah, I mean, don't worry, guys, if you need to sleep, you know, please, like, don't let this video keep you up. No putty there, Jade. No putty inside, Jade. So, okay, like, don't let me forget about this one thing about this lady in the green dress, because that's also, like, a really, really interesting sync. I think I told you guys about that, but yeah, so what was I saying though? Yeah, so, I don't know. Oh yeah, so this, I didn't know about that story with Diamond the dog, with Sir Isaac Newton, obviously, because at the time that I did the Salem download, the really long one, I, at that point, return it in the, clear it, return it to sender, clear it. Return to sender. I did not, returning it to sender. I'm saying clear the energy, return it to sender. Oh, my frogs. Okay, someone just entered the room. Damn. Okay, let's clear that. Yeah, let's sage that. Ew. Yeah, return to sender. So in the third, I see something about Elvis. That Salem download, by that point, I hadn't had Isaac in the 3D. Remember that night when I built the bed and I was hugging those dolls and I said, thanks, Twin Flame coaches. And it was a very emotional night where we built that bed. It was a live furniture assembly video or something. I think that video was around the time where, remember Alicia? I think you were definitely in that the following Astro Chat. I think we even came back and did a part 2. I think the title of the video was like, we're definitely not getting sleep tonight or something. And then that's when Spirit was talking about a lot of people getting pulled off the grid. Hi, Angel. Return it. So yeah, but anyways, the Salem download was about, hi, Boobler. Hi, Booblers. How are you? Isaac is now here. Hi, Alex. Hi, Isaac. We're doing great here. I heard you're back. Alex loves Isaac dearly. He is a little competitive, though. So yeah, whenever he sees I'm giving, like, someone else affection, then he loves to jump in and, like, give. It's like, he loves the affection at that point, especially very much. Okay, so, very much so. What were we saying? Right. Salem. There was something about, and I remember being like, I have no idea what this is about. In the moment of channeling that, I legit had no clue how that would have manifested. It was talking about how someone made a mistake and, like, set someone's documents aflame, or, like, he used to be a reptilian and then he switched over to the other side. He felt really guilty and he wanted to help the union come together. Wow. Then I had this sync recently about this lady in a green dress. It's a painting, and that also makes me think of this catalyst. So it's like a painting of an ancient couple. Anyways. All right, guys. Oh, wow. Well, my north node is at galactic center. Yeah, I don't know I don't remember the exact degree, but it's the galactic center reporting live. And it's funny because that's in the third house. That's like reporting on the galactic. Because third house, isn't that interesting? Because I never saw it that way. Like, third house is like channeling Gemini. Oh my god, I feel like I just saw someone's face in the window. Channeling, like, and then galactic. It's interesting, yeah. Like, podcast vibe. Which is pretty much, I mean, yeah, guys. Something about swimming. Oh my god, why I'm having all these visions of like places I've traveled to. Like Sicily, when I was in the water on the coastline. Wow. Feels just like yesterday. Oh wow. Interesting. Thinking of Cleopatra, the Library of Alexandria. And like I have this video downloaded. For some reason, like, this is one of, like, 5 videos on all of YouTube that I downloaded. And it's all about ancient Egypt and the city of Alexandria. And, like, sometimes this video will just start playing. And I'm like, what is this? Because it's on a music playlist. So it's going from, like, songs to, like, in the ancient city of Alexandria. It's, like, funny. And then yeah, and then it's funny. Then it shows about, it's like a reanimation of the Delphi Oracle of Delphi, which is very interesting. Oh, wow. The fire. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. That could have been it. I wonder what the connection was to DC. I remember that, oh my god, because see, I had a dream where I was falling through the pyramid, right? But right before then, I was in the Spanish conquest or something like that was taking place in Egypt. I was wearing this like admiral outfit, and we had just won like a major war or something like that, like a conquest, and I was wearing a Spanish outfit or something, and then I was going into this really luxurious like ballroom, and then they were trying to attack us in there. I think my catalyst twin was there. Anyways, I see an owl. I see the number 888. I'm seeing that brand Sunrise from the orange juice company. But that's really weird because in the dream I remember thinking I was falling in the pyramid. If they were walking me, it was separated, but it was like Spain and then Egypt. So I was walking. The first part of the trip was the conquest, and then the second, oh, and remember that dream in the very beginning, it started out where I had these little red small spiders on the bottom of my foot, on the sole of my foot. There were little tiny little red spiders, and I was wearing this transparent heel. Clear the energy. I was in this like dark little room. It felt very like Cinderella, and it was a transparent high heel shoe, but I was like missing one of the shoes, or I was wearing a flat, like a ballerina flat. It's another thing. I feel like, yeah, I probably did have like a past life with a ballet or dancing. Yeah, Alicia. So then I was with my sister in that room, and then we started, then I realized, uh-oh, the spider is on the bottom of my foot, and then I had to get out of there. Like, out of that room, and then I left, and then it was like time elapsed in the dream. I was then doing the Spanish conquest. And then after that whole thing, separated from that kind of, but sort of related, was we arrived in Egypt. And we were in this, like, it was all gold inside. Then in that dream, I was being walked up a zigzag staircase by the moderators in this, on the channel, which was crazy. Return to sender. They were walking me. It was a creepy vibe. They were wearing this black mask and like lace knit on their faces, and like their whole body was covered with this. It had a decrepit vibe about it. They were wearing like laced. It was weird. It was like, it gave me like an evil energy a little bit. But anyways, we were walking down. There was like a somber energy down the staircase. It was all gold and gilded. And then I was in this tomb, and I was falling through the pyramid in the tomb, and I survived it. I was clinging onto the side of the tomb, and I survived it. So anyways, I don't know, it's very weird. And I have my south node runs exactly straight through the Luxor in Egypt. I don't know, y'all, something went down, like, but that's weird that you say that, you know, Alicia, because something with the, and the thing about Sicily is that there is so much influence. Well, I don't know now, Sicily, I know I have obviously a past life, and like a major past life spirit. I made that very, very clear to me. Like, I feel it was a very pleasant past life. I always had really, really great karma in Sicily. And it just felt very, like, at home and very natural there. But, yeah. Sicily had a lot of Spanish conquest. Return history of conquest, actually, of every culture, really. I mean, Arab influence, and you have the Norman influence, the French, and then everyone has conquested Sicily. So yeah, it's interesting, you know. Something about Wetzels. I don't know what that is. Wetzels? Like pretzels, but like W. Wetzels. I remember when Marty told me, like, when I was in Salem, because Marty kept saying, go to Salem. Return it. Because every time I'll go to Salem, I would be like close but not all the way, and I would like chicken out. I don't know. So until that day, I was with Isaac, and then I was like, all right, that's it, we're gonna go. And we loved it, and we were walking around, and then Marty comments on the YouTube, and they were like, you got to go to the waterfront. I just feel like you're going to really have a really nice experience there. So anyways, we went to the waterfront. I had no idea Salem had a waterfront. Like, I don't know. It didn't occur to me. And it looks so similar to parts of DC. There was a huge boat. And apparently there was a lot of, there was a whole history of Italians migrating through Salem to Boston. So that's really interesting. And I had a very strong connection to Boston, always. Wow. Hey, I don't know that, Alyssa. Alyssa says Spanish Inquisition is interesting dark. The energy was really intense, yeah, in that, in the dream with the Spanish Inquisition thing, where we won, and like this guy was like, it's like a celebratory ball where you won, you know? And it felt like we were on foreign land. And then when we were inside the ball, this other dude tried to jump onto me and attack me while I was in my admiral outfit, whatever it was. Oh my God, you found it? Oh my God. I'm gonna have to go watch that. Are you ready, Jay, to watch the beginning of it all? Oh my god, wow. Thank you. Hey, y'all, that was like a really interesting, that was some traveling we did. Oh, yeah, we said the Silk Road. Yeah, always. I took a class on that, and I felt right at home. We had to do a simulated Silk Road in the class. It was just really cool. My favorite class, favorite content. I absorbed it really easily. It's like I felt like I had already known that information. It was really interesting. And I always had this obsession with spices. Anyways, y'all. Yeah, so, but see, I'm still not getting quite, like, that guy, the Spanish dude, remember? Who I saw Halloween Day. He was like really tall, that dude, and he had his dog with him, who was really the one I noticed first, which is really what I noticed first about him was his dog. Because he looked like Alien. He looked like he looked identical to Bandit, except like a little squirrely. And I never seen a dog that looked like that. I think it was like some kind of rare. I even took a picture of it. But anyways, it was like that download with the bench, and you met the guy with the skinny jeans in Salem. Oh, it makes sense kind of because Salem, I guess, maybe could be associated with Halloween, and I saw him on Halloween. Oh my god, that's crazy. But yeah, he was that whole thing, yeah. And right before I before I saw him, that was in front of Foxtrot. The place that just shut down. Yeah. There were a lot of little things associated with that. Wow. And the Foxtrot is related to the Alabama slide. When I searched Foxtrot, because I'm like, what's Foxtrot? I met Isaac, his doppelganger, his spirit animal who guided, how do we say, like, his guide in front of Foxtrot. And I met, okay, anyway, so it's a long story. But yeah, there's a lot of overlaps. Also with the Catalyst twin. I met someone who knew him there, and Spirit forced me to talk to her. Like, I tried to run away, because, like, my god. I didn't want to, like, open the cord back up, and then a storm started immediately. There was thunder right when I tried to leave the cafe out of nowhere, sort of storming and thundering, and I was, okay, that's it, I'm not going to get my Uber now. And she was sitting there. I never seen her there. She worked at a different coffee shop. And then I see her there, and I'm like, I guess we gotta talk. So we ended up talking. And she's connected somehow to the catalyst. It's a long story. But yeah, there's a lot going on that place, too. And that's in Georgetown, Washington, D.C. But what were we going to say? So, Foxtrot, yeah. And then... And they just shut Foxtrot down, like... The number 2. Okay, so, but hold up. So, return it. Clear it, return it to sender. Return it to sender. So, then I see a tall candle. Return it again to sender. I'm seeing a shower. Return it, Lord. Oh my god. Let's get that luggage out of the way. What were we saying? Nope, return it. Lord, what were we saying? Salem. That guy was sitting in front of the Salem cafe. Because, see, I saw that girl who worked at the coffee shop where I saw the catalyst. It's a long story, yeah. Where the Russian spy techie fake guy was at. And that other guy with the newspaper, the setup dude. All right. So what were we saying? Oh my god, y'all. I'm telling you, like, all of these little... This could be a fucking movie. But the thing is, like, it's funny because all the details came through right before this happened. Like, so the reads were just describing this encounter 100% through, which is fascinating. What were we saying then? So, oh, and where she works originally is on top of an ancient slave trade market. Isn't that insane? And I used to do so much grid work around there. So that's crazy. So yeah, but see, I met that... Oh, right. Before I saw that guy, the Spanish dude or whatever, with his dog, I had this download while I was riding my bike over the bridge about a Spanish wedding. I had a vision and a download, and I was like, oh my god. You know, it was really, really strong energy. And then I met him. Well, I saw him, you know. So. And that dream was talking about the squirrel that wanted to connect the two. Return it on the bench in the Salem park. Just return it. And then that's where I met Isaac's. Anyway, so it's just very interesting. Whoo, Lord. Yeah. I think, you know, probably with this Catalyst twin, I mean, we obviously have history in DC. We have history in Spain. Probably as timelines, you know, where we had, yeah, but I don't know the full extent. Hi, Jay. The park bench. Mm-hmm. And that's where I was like, is Spirit like wanting us to connect? Like, is this that video? Because there was like a bench between us and there was like a little plant and then his dog looked like a squirrel. Because remember the squirrel was trying to connect those two. Wow. Yeah, the two people. But that was a separate from that major download of Salem that Mimi gave us a link for. Foxtrot. The deck that I made with the little messages on August 8th, 8/8 Portal 2023, 544 right there, is from Foxtrot cards. It's a deck of cards. I bought it's like a plain deck of cards with the Foxtrot logo on the back. Crazy, man. Oh, and in the apothecary, I remember the dream about the apothecary. They had their hand on like some jar together, and then they were making peace. I see a husky here. And then they turned back, and the reptilian followed them, and they were like, "What are you doing here?" Oh my god. Anyways, guys. Right? Went from time to sleep to mukbang. And we're gonna mukbang again. Maybe I should get that Foxtrot deck. Or what? Maybe we'll just flow with it. Yeah, so that guy that felt bad that tried to connect them, we said he reincarnated as a squirrel, but he used to be like a really prominent, like, I don't know, like, he was like a statesman or something like that. Very interesting. We said he could have just like done without it, but he wanted to. He could have like how do we say gotten away with it even, but then he needed to do it. He could have gotten away with it, but then he felt bad. He felt responsible or something like that. Guilty. I remember that like crystal clear. I can't wait to watch that over. I see an apple. So yeah, guys, what about you? Interesting. And remember that whole download? Yeah, because I felt that was so weird. Oh, yeah, the District of Columbia. Remember you all were saying, yeah, DC, like, District of Columbia. We were thinking, what's with the Spanish dude? And I think someone said, maybe you're talking about someone who migrated or something. I remember she wanted to escape from DC, but she couldn't. That was part of that download that she... Just clear. Something about a hairdresser. Something about hair. A barber or something. She wanted... Yeah, she left her luggage in DC or something. And she had to go back. And the moral of the story, the lesson was... like, you can't do without anything or something like that. You can't just... I don't know. I'll have to watch it over again. Yeah, so that makes sense. Like... Founding father. And the purpose of that reading was Twin Flame. Maybe he was like prejudiced or something? I don't know. Like he didn't write her name in the contract or something. On a side note, did you guys know that Rosa Parks apparently Return it. She literally had trouble paying her rent in the last years of her life. Can you imagine that? Rosa Parks. And then Little Caesar. I'm saying, like, can you believe that? Because it's like, I can't imagine that the world would allow that to happen. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, she should have lived for free. But anyways, like, someone, this owner of Little Caesars, did anybody hear about the story? Little Caesars owner, who has passed, he paid for her rent up until her passing. When he heard that, without publicizing it, they found out when he passed away. I was just like, oh my God, you know, and that was like very recent, relatively, just clear it. It's crazy to think that it's just kind of relatively recently that, you know, these prejudices and these segregative energies started to kind of like dissipate, which is really insane to think. Even in like DC, you know, the names of these parks, one time I researched it, it's like the history of this park is like, oh, only some people could like visit this park. It's like, that's crazy. And it wasn't that long ago. All right, guys. We came this far. 5:52 a.m. We might as well give it just a few more minutes. Sorry, Jade. Jade understands, I think, though, because, like, we're both a lot of Sag. He understands my... He's always, like, very alert. He's very Jupiter. But, yeah. You were sleeping, baby. You couldn't sleepy boy. Really? Wow. When I read that, I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. Like, she almost got evicted. I mean, like, after everything she did for this country, like, and it was like, I mean, that's just, I don't know, my God, I don't know. Crazy to think. But I think that came through recently. Caesar's, Little Caesars. Yeah, it's like a pizza place. Going back to the Sizzler tip for make a full circle, don't we, in the reads? Aww. And then Alex with the Elvis downloads. That's fascinating. Well, there are so many little clues. One day I wish I could make a movie. Certainly have enough content for it. Real life examples of just... How the stars align. Right, Melissa? Oh my God. And it's weird because that was the only meal that I've ever had with the Catalyst twin was pizza. That's weird. It's like loop within loop. All right, guys, we'll come back later.